If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 14th of February 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today. We are here at Flemington. Now Flemington hands down is the track in Australia. It's probably one of the top 4 tracks in the world. And they don't race regularly, but they do when they have the right season with the right horses, and today is one of those days. We've got 10 races here at Flemington, and we are going to look at those races and see what the results are. Now, the difficult part of this track is definitely the straight. All right, this straight, nobody has a clue of how this straight works, and everybody is assuming the straight is quite capable of giving surprises. This particular section works all right. There's no problem with that particular section. And about this track is a very, very prominent track, a very promising track. It has been a thumb rule expectation is about 50%, 40 minimum. 50 is good. So we are expecting 5 of the favorites to be home, to be there. So that's what we are expecting. We'll see how that works. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates, when we get the feed from the gates or the paddock. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our selections and wait for the results to validate. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock, or there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those sections and give it a shout out. So the first one is a open race, but listed race. So we'll see how that works. We'll take a look at the odds. No scratchings. 1453. So before we dive into this, I think a lot of races are today under the world pool, which means people from around the world are going to be doing exactly what we are doing here. And they are also going to be doing the analytics and forcing the market to go on a particular direction. So we'll see how correct is the market, how correct is the analytics part of it, and we'll do that. We'll see what happens. So yes, the favorite is 1, 4, 5, and 3. 1, 4, 5, and 3. So yes, that one is the favorite, and I'm not going to contradict the first one, but there are issues. The jock's not rightly calibrated. That is a pressure model still. The jock is not rightly calibrated, so that's one of the areas which is a red flag. And but this is a LR. So now this is 1100 meters. So what are we expecting? We are expecting that everybody is going to run. There's no waiting, there's no relaxation. It's 1100 meters. They will start from the gate, get pressed from the gates, and will be on a pace. So that's a pressure model which definitely is the linear. And then we have a jockey misalignment here. That's one of the things that we have. Body weight is superb on this horse, and the numbers also suggest that this is good. But a little concerning area is the alignment of the jock on one. So that's one of the things which is not right. And we'll see how that works. But what I would like to say is this, that this is the first one. It's better to watch because most of the horses we have no numbers. But I think more or less the thing is right. Apart from the three doesn't look like in a position. I don't know if that's going to be of any good. The 3 basically is there because of the jockey and the advantage. But when we put it through regression, it is also showing a very, very bad number here. So I don't know if that is something going to work. But I think it'll somehow there's going to be definitely a low pressure which is going to work. I mean, if this is the high pressure, which is the linear, then it'll drop, which probably should drop on, ideally should drop on 5. But I don't know because we don't have any other numbers. Why I'm saying 5 is because if they are the same, the closer gate will have the better advantage. So I think it is here 6-5, then it'll rise definitely. This is a good horse. There's no reason for this not to be there. It's a wider gate. That's a problem. Doesn't have physics. That's a problem. Cannot win. True, but definitely it is there in some form. It is there, and why it is like that? Because for one, the problem is this: the jockey is misaligned. That's the first thing. Along with that, also the fact is this, that this is a colt and the jockey has no prior relationship with this horse. So if the colt is going to listen to him and deliver, that is something that we will get to see. The horse is a good one out of all the horses that we have. That is a good one. Misalignment is here and here. It's a pressure model and the jockey is not aligned. So that's one of the key things which is there. But let's say if it wins, which it should because of the numbers, and it's a linear, it's a good one. It's a listed race. So we should expect this to win. But if that wins, it'll fall, and it'll fall. They've rightly identified these 2 horses which are there. But out of these 2, they are identical horses. Okay, the difference is in the jock alignment. So that's why that's what it is. But 5 is from an inner gate, has more advantage. Surprises may happen because of the fact that the jockey is misaligned. And the 2, on the other hand, is the second linear, which is here. But this is a colt which has a prior relationship with the jock. The jock knows this colt. The leverage is like that. This is going way below. This is not right. So we'll see how that works. 1 is the right odd. Will it win? It should win, unless the factor kicks in that the jock is misaligned. So what are we expecting? What might happen when the jocks, they are misaligned? We have seen them. I mean, it's not that it is 100% risky. Can it function like that? Yes. But what happens when a jock is like that is, for some reason, if it falls behind and there's another horse in front of it, this guy is going to go in struggle to bring this horse to the right sequence back again. So that is an issue that happens with that kind of a situation. So where this is the first one, we'll see how that works, and we'll just hope that this thing gets home. The first one is better to observe. Dows, welcome back, my friend. Even I am thinking about that. Lee, welcome back. Even I'm thinking about the Tentitis. That horse is brilliant. That horse is brilliant. But I don't know what. There seems to be a management problem going on with that horse, because here's my take. I mean, that horse is good with Zahara. If Zahara, I mean, they withdrew the horse during the Melbourne Cup week. There was this particular day when they actually withdrew the horse from a particular race, because Zahara was riding something else. And the horse is fantastic, but that horse has an attitude. That horse is it's a colt. It has a behavior. It has an attitude. Damien Lane probably is going to be riding it. Damien is not bad, but you and I have seen what Damien does. Yes, Zahara was on Giga Kick and Tentitis got scratched. So that was the right decision. They took the right decision on Tentitis that day. But today, I mean, see, there's nothing. Today we'll see how Damien Lane is operating or functioning, because off late, I don't know. I haven't seen that from Damien Lane, but off late, what I have seen is he is not doing the right thing. He's losing the plot in some way or the other, and that is costing the horses and the races and the entire environment, I guess. The last few weeks, Damien Lane has been riding, and I remember there's this particular day where we were at. I don't remember where we were. Was it Sandown or Randwick? But the picture was clear on certain horses where Damien went upside down. So we'll see how he is functioning today. It's all about mindsets. It's all about certainties, uncertainties, how they are functioning today, and how they're taking the decisions. Kind of, I think so. You're right, because JMac is also on the same lines, and Damien Lane is no different. So I'm kind of, I don't have. See, I love that horse, Tentitis. I mean, how can you not like a horse like that? It's like a beast. But to control that beast, you also need ironclad. Jimmy, welcome back, my friend. The problem is there. I mean, if Damien Lane is Okay. If Damien Lane does justice to the other horses today, then there's no problem. Quite a few big ones. Today is probably the first day of this season here. They're opening it up, and honestly, let's understand where things can go wrong. Okay, so 1100 meter. This is the first one. Will be on the straight. So obviously things can go wrong here. Plus, it is like that. The second one is a 2000 meter, and can it go wrong? It usually doesn't. I mean, 2000 meters are with the linears, so that should not go wrong. We'll see how that works. And today we also will be able to, I mean, after today I'll also be able to work on the negatives, how that negatives are working. This is going to give us that opportunity too. The 1400 meter, which is a listed race, I don't know how it'll work, but we'll see. 1400 should not be a problem. Again, back to 1100. This is where things again can go wrong. 1200. 1200 is also on the straight. We'll see how that works. I mean, we need to get a feel of the track today. First thing is that the first couple of, I mean, these two races are two opposite directions, The first one and the second one, they purposely do that, and they kind of are very capable, and they have the they know way more than we do. Okay, what is the market behavior and how to confuse people. If you have to learn it from the house. So they're doing that. They're confusing. So what they're confusing is this is an 1100 meter. What would have been easier is if after that 1100 meter we had a 1400 meter, then a 2000 meter. If that was the right arrangement, then we still could have gotten an idea after the first two, but these two are just the opposite dimensions of two different scenarios. This is 1100 meter completely on pace. This one is a 2000 meter. This is tact. This has to be tactful. Then they have a 1400 meter. So this 1400 meter should have been up here. That's what I think. J-Mac riding today at Randwick. Gatekeeper, welcome back, my friend. Randwick 4. They're showing Randwick. They're saying Flemington. Where are they showing Randwick? Flemington race 1-4. Yeah, things can flip, Gatekeeper. You're right. Things can flip very badly. The concern is the straight. The straight is definitely a difficult place. I was actually looking at the gate numbers, but now I realize that this is not Randwick. This is going to be on the straight. So gate numbers do not matter. The distance doesn't matter because all of them are going to be pressed on an 1100 meter. The alignment is missing on one. So that's a red flag. That's all that it is. That's a red flag. If the alignment is missing, then, and for the straight, the physics doesn't matter. All right, this straight, Flemington, the physics doesn't matter. This side and this side and this side doesn't have to be aligned. Even if it looks aligned, that does not guarantee anything. Adaman, welcome back, my friend. Long time. 2 and 3 Flemington. The 3 is like that, but it is also like that. The 2 is there. I think you're right about the 2. The 2 is there in the game. How and where is what we will figure out. I think 2 is there, but one of the low pressures will kick in. Which one? Is a 4 of them. Okay, 4 of them. This one is bleeding, so we take the 7 out. Still 1, 2, and 4, 5, and 6. These 3 are there. Even if we take off the class and the difficulty for the lady horses, that's when these 2 are there. So 4 gate is 4 looks nice. Yes, 4 looks nice. 4 has a jock. 4 looks nice. I mean, this is for me, this becomes, whenever the jockey is misaligned on a pressure horse, especially a colt, that gives me goosebumps. That is where I take my hands up. And the first one is like useless. The first one is like useless. It will not. It is better to be avoided. Let's see, the first one I have no take. The one is good, the one is very good, but you know the problem. The one will get there.
It's a fantastic day of racing at Flemington. Card of 10 races, 6 of them are at stakes grade. First Group 1 of the new year, of course, is the Black Caviar Lightning Stakes cracking day coming up here, Gator.
It certainly is. Good afternoon to you, mate, and punters, most importantly. It's something that's a bit after a horse than the Black Caviar Lightning Stakes. So, fantastic day ahead.
Your best bet comes up in race number 9 in the shape of 6. He's very talented. Winning first up in Sydney.
It was some effort, wasn't it? So, Ridden Stone Cold, Exploded, Clear, fastest closing sectionals of the day against the older horses. Back to his own age, Flemington, 1400, looks perfect.
And your best value play comes up early in race number 2, Sunsets. He's hit the line nicely. Both
We don't choose anything. This is the first one.
So she's well up to this benchmark, 78. And I thought it was a shade of overs.
Don't choose anything, my friend. 4 is getting paid.
Stakes is for 2-year-olds over the 1100 metres. Ambales is your top pick. Struck some traffic, then hit the line well. On debut in
Adaman 2453.
It was quite a solid debut. They ran useful enough time, beat third okay. The winner ran okay last week in the Lonro Stakes. So I've gone that way without being super confident. I certainly think short enough. Shah, Jahan, and Hard Luck, a couple of the debutants who have trialled really well. I had a lean to Shah. And Diameter's debut was much better than I thought. I think it's the one over the odds of the 3. Numbers 1, 5, 3, 4.
Tell you what's happening very late with the bookies. There's only a handful out of line here. And Barley's is 245 to 250, into 240 back to 245. Hard kick best back to beat it for Damien Lane, the Hayes boys. 340.
Let's see what Damien Lynn does today.
To $3. Stella Cypher at big odds, 18 to 21.
This guy has been very disappointing over the weeks.
To 14, just back into $13. Mostly Sunny at 24, says the Bureau. Good 4, rail placement true. Let's kickstart Black Caviar Lightning Stakes stay as we take it trackside. Talinder, a property near Camperdown. The property of Sir Chester Manor goes forwards. And the field just about ready as Stella Cypher is going to take the outside.
Let's kickstart.
About to get underway. Good 4, rail true, and the 2-year-olds are ready. They are set to go. And they're racing. And Diameter jumped away pretty well. No speed early on from Shah Jahan. Hard Kick is going to drive through and lead the race from Grinzing. Came on the outside, pushing up the first of the Godolphin runners, Zambales. They were followed by Diameter, back behind those Autumn Lovers, Shah Jahan, and last of all, Stella Cypher. 750 metres to go. Hard Kick got to the inside running rail to lead by a length and a half. Grinzing a Heart, and they were followed by Autumn Lover. Hard Kick, 400 metres to go, led 2 lengths, Grinzing a Hard Autumn Lover. They were followed by the outside Zambales, and further back in the field, Diameter. It's Hard Kick, 250 metres to go, given its head, still has a good buffer at the clock tower. It's 2 or 3 lengths in front, Kick, and raced away 4 or 5 lengths in front.
4.
This is going to be really impressive in the Talinder.
4, 4. 4-1.
On the racecourse by 3 lengths. Second goes Zambales, third Diameter, then Grinzing a Heart. Next to finish in the race was Stella Cypher, Autumn Lover, and last Shah Jahan. Hard Kick, impressive. Why wouldn't you be
Oh,
smiling if you're a Hayes boy with hard kick? Really good on debut. $140,000 all too hard gelding. Makes a statement there, Gator.
Yeah, look, he was terrific, wasn't he? He straight to the front. He was the last horse off the bid. You knew there was a kick left. And geez, well known. He gave us a good hard kick. And the margin's significant.
4-1 was the right odd, but it lost. Who was on 1? Damien Lane. No. 4. Damien Lane was on 4. So, okay. Fair enough. He opened right. That was not bad. Anyway, we'll move on to the next 2. Two and 7 has been scratched. We don't have 2 or 7. 6, 8, 5, 11. So okay, so what happened here, we can't relate, but we'll just keep a few things at our fingertips. Is this that this was a pressure horse, the jockey was misaligned, that's all. Why that happened? Okay, the rest everything was okay. So here so that 6 is the favorite, okay, and 6 is the linear. So this jockey has been a dedicated jock on the jock has been a dedicated jock on this horse. So It's got about 40% strike rate on this horse, so the jock is not questionable. Okay. It's a linear up to 2000 meters. Linears do win, but we'll come there and see what might happen and what might not. So the 6 is good. 11 has the rails, so that's good as well. But it is at least this one is a lot higher in class than this one. Okay, the 11. The 6 is a lot higher. Now, if that linear wins, which it should, then it'll drop. This one is one of the EWs with a very strong numbers with gate number 7. But then we have this one, which is a class, okay, from gate number 4. This one is from gate number 11, which is a 6-year-old gelding, so I don't think that is happening. This one is like that. It's a horse, not doing well. So I think a class will definitely get in. All right. And here also what happened, it played class. All right. It played the weight. I mean, this is a gender bias class because, you know, the lady horses, the fillies, they're like that. So that's not a class problem. That's a gender bias. So here it is not like that. It is basically there are it's a benchmark 78. We have different class of horses which are here. The 6 is the right favorite, which is the linear. It should win. It's a good horse. 2000 meter benchmark 78, gate number 9 is also not a problem. It's a benchmark 78. It's a standard benchmark. It should not be a problem. So that is good. Okay, that is good. And if this particular section doesn't kick in, it should work. There are other horses which with very strong numbers, like the 15 is there, but I think, you know, it'll drop to 5 because that's again a higher class. That is again a higher class. It is higher than the 6. So and from an inner gate, it is higher from the 6, it is higher from the 11, it is definitely higher from the 8, and that is the strength of that horse. So I think it is 6-5. That is how it should play. 6 might lose, 5 might win because of the advantage, but that should be together. That's what my take is. That should be together. 6 and 5, then it'll rise. Now when that happens, then again, you know, this one is not a rise. Plus it is from gate number 11. This one is the rise, which is here, but it is from gate number 14. I don't know how good that is going to be because the form line is not great. But if we go down, then this 4 is there in some form, I think. I mean, the 11 is la that, okay? The 11 is la that. It's a the 4, which is a 6-year-old gelding, is a much higher class than the 11. So my assumption is this, that it'll rise from here, it'll drop, it'll probably drop here. They have the right odds. And today, I mean, most of the races I think are under the world pool, so a lot of people are doing exactly what we are doing here. Things should not go wrong because, you know, world pool generally doesn't go wrong. So we'll see how that works. 70 benchmark 78, gate number 9 is not a problem. Jockey is not a problem because it is a dedicated jock with about 40%. What the problem is here, but this is something that we will have to work with, and we'll see after the races how to arrange this. If the 6 wins, which it should, and then whether it'll rise here at 8 or at 4 is something that we will also see. Okay, but 6 is the right odd, and if it falls, it should fall on 5. Okay, it should fall on 5. It's an inner gate. That is how I think it should work. From here, it may rise here, which is a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 3, which has the rails up here, which is possible. But it may also rise here on 4, which is a class, and may not be the same stats or the same regression going on here, but it still has the advantage of being a class. This one is from gate number 11, so 3 is probably not happening. This is the right one, which is from gate number 4. This one is from gate number 6, is a 7-year-old horse, not in the right frame, plus they'll add that. What else can go is we'll see, but I think if it is here, it drops here, should, unless the 15 nails it out. The 15 has very good numbers. We will see how that works. So this is the first one actually. Apart from that, what happened there. But if the 15 doesn't nail the 5, which it is quite capable with the numbers that it has. If the 15 doesn't nail the 5, then the 5 is the fall. So we'll see how that works, but that's more or less what we have. 6 is okay. It is not in its best form. It's not in its best form. A lot of things are against it, especially that area. If that becomes a hindrance on benchmark 78, we will know that that's a hindrance on benchmark 78. And when it becomes a little flexible, because we have not been able to move further from here, we are still stuck here. We need these horses. I mean, today the kind of horses that we have, Tentyrus and all those horses, so those will give us a little direction from where to go from here. So we will see how that works. 6 looks good. Is it a clean go? No, it's a question of a chance, because it is the numbers are, I mean, it has the class, the numbers are very competitive. So anyone with an advantage can nail this. It is 2000 meters and things can go wrong. But 6 looks like it is there. And I'm why I am also a little conservative on this is because this is coming through the world pool. So, you know, I generally ask a lot of questions to the scenario itself. I mean, I think loudly, and I create those situations. What happens if? But today I will not do that, and we know what that horse is. We know the problem here and here. So if that works well, then there is no problem. But if it fails, then we know that it had reasons to fail as well. So 6 is okay. The rest, everything is cloudy because the 5 might get knocked out by the 15. 11 will get there with that class is a hope because the 4 is sitting here like a crocodile. So 6 we will see. Gatekeeper, yes, I will put up your name. PC, welcome back. CW Rand. This is showing Rand. Randwick just happened. 8. Put up the poll. 6 wins. Oh God. Giga Kick. Which one is Giga Kick? 2. Eagle Farm I'll put on. Eagle Farm is no problem. Even Randwick is no problem.
Cast to get Noah's Ark out. We didn't need that as things turned out. Down the Gold Coast where I live, we needed it. But Brisbane missed most of the rain and a soft 6. There are some showers about today. They'll come in and out during the course of the afternoon, but there's nothing seriously heavy on the forecast. So I think we'll be around that soft 6, maybe down to a soft 7 at some stage, Marto. But looking forward to a big day out at Eagle Farm.
And the rail is out 4 metres there today. Your best bet comes up in race number 7. John Rambo, who's been freshened, hasn't been far off them in some...
Races, a third to Yellow Brick only 2 starts ago and then ran on Magic Millions Day. He was in the last race, settled a long way off them. It was a real sit sprint home, the leader Hawker Hall. Hey, the race sets up perfectly. And I think the key for John Rambo is just the soft going, Marto. I think he's won 1 from 17 on good tracks. He's won 4 from 7 when he gets into the soft. So condition... I think he's the horse they've all got to beat.
Garakoran is your best value play a little bit earlier in race number 3 and he's dropping back in grade today.
Yeah, big drop back in grade, gets the claim for Talia Fenlon and loves a wet track. 2 from 2 in the heavy. Not that we're in that heavy range, but we won't be that far off it, I don't think. And if we do happen to get a few showers in the next couple of hours, certainly won't damage the chances of Karaporan. And I think at this stage at $15, you can certainly have something on each way. But note, you do have to run top 2.
2-year-old race kicks us off at the 1,000. You were the favourite here, Pembrey. She bolted in both her trials ahead of the debut today.
Interesting, yeah, she looks terrific at the trials. She's really burning turf. She trialled on Tuesday, on Saturday, so a little bit unusual, but you can't question Tony Golan and field that we've ended up with, that barrier 7 of 7. Ben Thompson should be able to use her speed to get across the face of the field. You can see a few showers rolling in as we speak, Marto, so maybe that track soft for something slightly on the other side of that. As for this race, though, Swift Dragon's the big danger. He's been to the races once. He won very well at Rocky, and he looked good winning a recent trial. He won a recent trial by 9 lengths. So these two-year-olds, they're probably a bit above average, I'd say, the two favourites.
Swift Dragon has been best back 240 this morning, 260 back into 240 late. Pembrey's just the favourite ahead of it again, 190 this morning, and it's just out to $2.30. Little nibble for It's All About Mary and longer odds, locking them away in pretty bleak. 95 to 235 for Pembrey. Swift Dragon closing in 250, 260 into $2.40. And It's All About Mary, number 6, has got fans everywhere to roll. On It's All About Mary, it's 19 into $12 late for the bookies.
Yeah, smart stable, the Hanson Yard, and she's looked good in both her trials, so not a surprise, Marto.
Also, number 2, 21 into 17. Starting on a soft 6, raining currently. It's a Saturday high to Mitch Manners. They're ready for the first.
As the 2-year-olds are placed away, ready for the opener. Sets and they're racing now, and from out wide, she's humming across to quickly take the lead shortly after the start. Swift Dragon's going to rail through in a second spot, Ella's Legacy in third. Those, It's All About Mary in fourth, then followed by Apostle, further back to Madam Doubtfire second to last, and Oregon Coast showed no speed and settles down last at halfway at the 500. Pembrey's in front, 3/4 clear. Wiggins popped away from the rail there on Swift Dragon. Will straighten up 1-2 at the 400. Then followed Ella's Legacy. Further back to It's All About Mary. Apostle heads the others with Oregon Coast. Pembrey drops Swift Dragon at the 200 metres back. Dashed away. Quickly put 3-4 on them. Oh, this is going to be a gap job. Oregon Coast gets up to second. Then Apostle, but Pembrey is far too good for them. An impressive debut. Pembrey's won it by 6.5. And Thompson's barely moved. Second, Oregon Coast. Third, Apostle. Then further back to Madam Doubtfire. Swift Dragon couldn't go on with the favourite. It was one of the last ones in fact, with It's All About Mary and Ella's.
She's listed placed, and Pembrey has plenty of talent as well there, Gator.
Yes, smart. In fact, but I can tell you one thing, that was an impressive performance, and she's done it at both ends. I reckon she's going to run time, and we thought there might be two good
I don't know why. I mean, this is something that I have seen. PC and Atoman will get into the most diciest positions.
Joyce, it's not the first time, won't be the last that I've done that.
It's raining. It is raining. It is raining there, PC. Adaman. It is raining there. I mean, I know you get into everything that you can lay your hands on, but that's probably a heavy 10 right now. My selections will come when I have an opening, PC.
race number 2 in Flemington. The tab we're on's over the 2,000 metres, 3 minutes away. Fear Not is the favourite at $3. Take a speed at 5. Sunset's at $8.
But today,
At $8.50.
I think it's all Whirlpool here at Flemington. So, I mean, there's a very limited room for
Yeah, good call.
contradicting.
Massive joystick being called Gator. Well, might get the lawyers out there. But,
No, I do that with the data, PC. That I know what is going on. I have a log, PC. I know what's going on. Even if I get in or if I don't, I know what's going on. But I mean, even if I'm getting in, I cannot talk about it, PC. You know my situation.
I think he's massive overs as well.
John, welcome back.
That was a bit of a good horse last time. Spotted him 10 lengths.
Even if I'm getting in,
60. Not many do that.
talking about it is going to put me into trouble, PC.
Big number on the clock, but that can be misleading. And the upside is hard to ignore in this benchmark. 78 numbers. 5, 4, 6, 8.
Fear Not is the favourite. 320 this morning. 280 back out to 320 late. Take a speed. Best back to beat it for Ethan.
Yeah, in that case,
$6 into 4.
I like the favorite.
Value play for Gator. 8 this morning. 8.50 back to $8 late. Trapalander. 7.50 out to 9.
I like the favorite. It should work.
Not in your mix. What's your
There's not much of a tassel, but this is definitely an area we'll figure out. 6 should win. Should fall on 5.
Look, I've got him 7th pick, but you can actually make a case, that he can be top pick, and here it is. Look, he was certainly, it was even short-lived, I thought, rounding last time.
If the 15 doesn't nail the 5, then the 5 is clean. That's what I like.
And he beat home, yes, I know. So it all ties in for him.
Fear Not is the bookie's favourite.
Yeah, he's talking about 5. 5 will not win. I don't think so.
Just like Tacker Speed, best back to beat at 6.50 into $4.80. He's come back flying this campaign. Good strong win on speed.
5 is the next. But maybe.
Did I want to see a little more on the clock, perhaps, but yeah, they can offset that with their upside, and he certainly has that resource.
You're on top of Sunsets. He's 7 out to 8.50 back into Ace. It's a former Bussetton young horse. Placed both starts for the Hayes boys. Group 3 winner is a 3-year-old. He's been winless since.
John is on 9.
Here he's third up, 2,000 draws a gate this time, so yeah, I think he's there to run well.
Yeah. Specs at longer odds. Trapalander, 8.9 back to $8.50. And Otago, number 9, is $21 into $20. Quick read on Georgie Get Mad, number 4 to 31, back into 21 for Dennis Fagan.
Yeah, look, he's very genuine, this horse. He's just limited. He genuinely puts himself in the race and gives his all. Finds one or two better as a rule.
Here's Mount Hill for the tab we're on, the second.
1,000 metres for the second on Lightning Day. And the field is set to go. They're ready. Gates are back and away. An unseen ruler towards the inside beat them out with Tarview chasing Aphrodite, Flame and Romans, and Trapalander isn't far away from the action either. There's a portion of horses out deep at Georgie Get Mad, Speed and Extreme Virtue. So almost 6 across the track after the first 350 metres of the contest. Chasing Aphrodite's trying to cross. Trapalander's kicking up on the inside. Georgie
This is okay.
Speed is good early, and they were followed by Tarview. Behind those Flame and Romans next on the rails. Otago is 3 wide as they reach the 1,400 metres, and they're a couple of lengths in front of Sunsets, and just behind those horses, Unseen Ruler, Fear Not. They were followed by Seafall towards the end, My Brother's Keeper, and Ballanor is last. 1,200 to go. Tacker Speed took the front eventually and tries to relax the tempo. 3/4 of a length in front of Extreme Virtue. Chasing Aphrodite is third, and Georgie Get Mad has fought one off the fence at halfway up the way. 1000. A length and a quarter, Trapperlander, Tar View. They were followed by Otago, who's 7th out 3 wide. Sunsets between horses. Flame and Romans next the rails. Fear Not, 3 wide with cover. Unseen Ruler behind those, and they were followed by Seafall, My Brother's Keeper, and Ballanor is at the tail. Approaching the corner, 700 to go. Tacker Speed by a neck, Extreme Virtue. Then came Georgie Get Mad, who slid out 3 wide. That flushes Tar View 4 deep. Otago's tracking up. Trapperlander behind them. Sunsets flat to the
Jesus Christ, there's a whole...
Fear Not with 4 or 5 to pick up in the running. 400 metres to go. Tar View moves up on the outside to claim them. A length in front of Georgie Get Mad. Fear Not down the outside. Extreme Virtue.
Come on.
It's Tar View. 200 metres to go. Can it see it through today? 3/4 of a length in front of Fear Not trying hard. Tar View extends. 3/4. Tar View in front. And Tar View by a length. Fear Not third photo.
10-6.
Mad prominent, and also on the outside Seafall. They were followed by Unseen Ruler, Trapperlander, Sunsets. Back behind them, My Brother's Keeper.
10-6.
Aphrodite, Flame and Romans, Extreme Virtue, Otago. And after working too hard early, Tacker Speed was last.
Behind Tar View, holding on to repel Fear Not. It's close for third as Seafall 15 takes a late dive at Georgie.
15. So the 15 actually nailed the 5.
Home at double figure odds across the totes for career win 5 start 19, Gator.
Yeah, look,
Gate at 10.
and this time just saved for 1 run.
6-10-3.
Hits the front.
Brilliant. Gate. Gate is like on fire. Okay, 10. That happened. 6, 10, and 15. Gate is on fire. We'll go to the next. Seven has been scratched. 2, 1, 3, 5. this looks dicey on itself. The two. Okay, so what is happening is this. This is a listed race. This one was a benchmark 78. Okay, the 6 got in there, but we knew what was going on here. The 5 definitely had a threat from the 15, so the 5 got nailed there. But the 10, which actually won, why that happened is because of how I believe this thing is working. So this is still a hindrance, and we have no clue how to solve this yet. Now, if we come here, it is a 1400 meter. The 2 is good. There is no problem, but it falls on the 4th and the 3rd line here. It drops on class here, and it is the linear. So the 2, ideally, apparently, from the aerial point of view, is the best horse, but when you dig deeper, it is not. Plus, it is that going on into a lot of problem. So see, the 3 probably cannot win because it is a neutral. The 3 probably cannot win because it is a neutral. There is going to be a traction problem on 3. The 5 is all good, but they also have issues. From 2 and 1, the 1 is a class. It is a little better number than the 2, definitely, but it comes from gate number 7. For the listed race, that should not be a problem. So again, it is very difficult to assume where it will fall. Okay, here the confusion was whether it'll fall here on 5 or on 15, because the 15 had numbers, the 5 had the class, and the 15 actually named the 5. The 10 won. That's a different thing altogether. But here, let's understand what's going on. This horse, apparently from the aerial point of view, looks very good. Okay, that's the linear. But here is the struggle. It's a real struggle. So whether that'll work, I don't know whether it'll work. 1 is still in a better position, lot lesser struggle here. So that's that. 4 has no struggle almost, but drops in class. Those are advantages. Here it is a neutral. Now where things can flip here. Okay, so the things can flip this way. Like here, what happened? Why it flipped? Because of that, the 10 went through. Okay, with a dedicated jock, it went through. There was no problem. It was an advantage model, so there was no problem on that. Now here, what might happen? 2 is definitely questionable. 2 is definitely questionable. It's on the 3rd or the 4th line. This is like only 6 horse race. It's on the 3rd and the 4th line, and that's a problem. This one is on the 4th line. That is a problem. So I think if it flips, I mean, I like the 1, which is good, but the struggle we can't ignore. Whether they'll be able to, I mean, what it is saying is that it is not possible for them to win. So if that flips, in that case, the neutral will go through. Neutrals do win, but when everything goes upside down, it is not that the neutrals don't win, they do. But it's a very big risk on the neutral, because if it loses the traction, then it will not win. So I think these two horses are in trouble. That's what I think. This one is also in trouble. It loses here, but it's on the fourth line. So how things might play is difficult. I don't have any fascination about any of the horses, but I think it has the body weight. It is running neutral. It is on an advantage model. These two, difficult, very difficult. And not that they are the top lines, okay? What we are dealing with, the 1 is basically as good as the 6, okay? The 6 and the 1 are the same thing. And the 2 is the 15, which came in third here, okay? But here they are the top class. So it's not that they have a lot of experience and they have a lot of exposure to these kind of races. They're just good performing horses. But what has happened because of becoming a good performing horses, they are facing that. Now, if that works out, the 2 will win. If that doesn't work out, which it looks like not possible, then the 2 will not win. Even the 1 is very difficult to win. And in that case, everything else will go upside down. In that case, I think the 3 will win. That's what my take is. The gate is on fire. Race 3 is the pass. You are right. Things can go wrong in many places. First of all, it is same sex, same age. Second of all, is this that these two are in difficult positions. Now, we'll see how that works. These two are in very difficult positions. I mean, the confidence is so less. I mean, I cannot wholeheartedly back a neutral. I know there is a problem here. The 5 is like that. 4 and 6 doesn't look like they are going to be racing nicely. They're probably going to be walking. So even if I want to back the 3, I cannot do that wholeheartedly because it's a neutral. Only God knows what the neutrals are capable of doing. Randwick.
Really strong late.
Only suggest you might be ready to go as well. $5 into $4.20. Best back to be the favourite. Malcolm Pay, who's 3 this morning, $2.90 back out to $3.20 late. Let's go again. 10 this morning, 12 into $9 as fans both. And then a big odd Zotastic number 7 Domo for Tommy Berry in the Croc Yard. Draws the inside. It's $23 into $16. Back onto firmer ground today.
Yeah, it could certainly help. Was good behind Ironman 2 starts ago on firmer ground, and one first up, of course, at Hawkesbury. Just think her best form seems to be at home at Hawkesbury, and I'm yet to really see a lot away from there that's going to make her competitive here. So she can improve, but she needs to.
The other one that I mentioned there, Let's Go Again, is attracting some interest off an early drift. Likely race for a 6-year-old man. Been close up her last 4 starts.
Yeah, it has been, and probably another horse though that does prefer wet ground, so that would be my little concern with her. She hasn't been far away last year though, in 72 grade latest behind a good horse, Big Red Tequila, so she's capable, but I just think she likes to get her toe in a little bit more.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. It's $2.90 to $3.30, back to $3.20 for Mal Coupe last 15 minutes. Rantan went up shorter than Tab, $4.20, $4.40 into $4. Let's Go Again, $9.50, nibble back into $9. Zootastic has fans everywhere, $18 into $14, and nibble for Apache Breeze, nibble for Norton Road at big odds. Mal Coupe is on screen as the favourite. The track conditions relevant today because unplaced all 4 on good surfaces was flying last prep on wet tracks, of course, David.
Yeah, that's the concern with him. I mean, all 4 wins have been at 1100 Bardo, but you see all those 4 wins have been on rain-affected tracks. So today, hearing from the trainer this morning on Sky Sports Radio, he suggested it was a concern, and I did think it was well enough bound in the market. I thought it was a little bit of J-Man. So I thought the trials have been okay, but nothing to rave about for mine. So yeah, I'm probably I'm against him here as one of the favourites I'm keen to take on the day and be with Rantan. If Rantan do okay, I'd be a lot keener, but we'll just hope it works out in the run. There's only the 1 thing, so if I don't get too far back, she should be able to hold out.
She was on a soft 7th first up last campaign, ranked 7th at the Gosford 1000.
Yeah, and treating her for the Warwick Farm win back in September as a bit of a fresh run. She was 6.5 weeks between runs there, so I think she's relatively good fresh, and I think she gets the opportunity here off a shortish break of 132 days, a couple of nice trials, and yeah, it looks a nice little target race for her.
Joint third pick on the tab fix is number 5, Everyone's a Star. She struck the last time out and has come back well this campaign.
Yeah, funny horse. She's dynamic on her day, as we saw here at 1100 two back, and then chased home Super Norwest in a slowly run race latest. It was another good effort. Just 12 back to 1,000. She has won twice at 1,000, but it's just mid-prep that I don't love him coming back to this trip. I think you always want to be sort of getting out in trip as you get into a prep most times. So that would be the niggle again.
Especially distance. 1,000 meters, yes, you're right.
That's what I think Rantan has over them. She's the 1,000 metre horse in the race.
Let's get to Darren ahead of the second.
$4 the price there. And Everyone's a Star is having a good preparation. Is the third pick at $10. So they're moving up here over the minimum journey of 1,000 metres. Jason Collett on a roughie shall be, where Jason pulled off a perler there on the first on Warrior for Peace. In a few strides, went from being on the fence to moving up 8 wide and going on to win the race. Sea Admiral's moving in. 1, 2 out of 3 so far this preparation. Everyone's a Star and V12 are the others behind the line. V12 first up today. And Everyone's a Star. It's having a pretty good summer overall. So 2 to move in. Mal Coupe out to 320. Rantan into 390. This is the midway, 1,000 metres, and we're getting close to action now with the red light flicked on. Stand by, they're off and racing. Everyone's a Star, wide out, jump well. So to the favourite, Mal Coupe, shall be handy. Zootastic improving along the rails. Just behind them is Be Quiet, followed by Sea Admiral. Let's Go Again, wishing up on the inside. V12 drifting back from Apache Breeze. Then Let's Go Wild from Norton Road. Everyone's a Star, and Par's gone right back to last on Rantan. Zootastic kicks up underneath the favourite Mal Coupe in a 3-wide position as shall be. Then Let's Go Again from Sea Admiral. Be Quiet with cover as they come into the straight. Zootastic shows the way narrowly from Mal Coupe is being cuddled up the rise a half length away. Let's Go Again the inside. Further back to shall be Quiet. Rantan still a mile back, 8 lengths away as McDonald takes the favourite Mal Coupe to the front now. Inside the 150, Mal Coupe's extending it away. Let's Go Again giving a good chase to second, but the favourite too strong. Mal Coupe quite comfortably from Let's Go Again and Zootastic. Further back to All Too Wild.
That is J-Mac.
Apache Breeze, Everyone's a Star, Norton Road, V12, Be Quiet. Oh, Rantan hasn't fired a shot down the straight. She's finished well back, and Sea Admiral was one of the last to finish.
So it's 1-13-7, 5 runs fourth, and the winner's now won 5 of 11, Davo.
Win, wasn't it? He's not just a wet tracker. That was the concern today, but there was no issue. He's come back really nicely, and isn't this man riding well at the moment? I think he had a stack of winners last night at Canterbury, and just he's better than everyone in Australia, that's for sure. And puts in another Perler, and Mal Coupe, way too good.
Paying $350 New South Wales and UTAB, $370 on the Super Tab. But let's go again and Tastic. So it's 1-13-7. That's number 2. Next live commitment is the second event, Eagle Farm, which is due in around 5 minutes from now. Each and every Saturday, there is a Tab Time special coming your way. You're going to be in venue mode to scan a QR code on screen and shop at inflated odds for a key chance later on. Tab Time in Country, New South Wales and Young at the Australian Hotel. Dave Stanley coming once again.
Hello, Marto. Yeah, it's a big day. You're going to be here this afternoon at the Aussie. They're well and truly starting to roll in now on Valentine's Day. They're exactly cheering the same as Brad before with J-Mac. They just think he's the best in the Royal there for Mal Coupe was awesome. Now, I've spoken to the trainers about Tab Time. Firstly, have your phone sorted because you're going to need to speak out getting onto that QR code. But the trainers have said to me that Tab Time is going to be a horse in Sydney, and it might just be a very popular mare later on today. So we'll find out exactly in our next cross what it's going to be. But it's going to be pretty exciting, Marto, to see how Tab Time goes this afternoon, mate.
Is it going to be Autumn Glow? Is it going to be Jolly Star? Only time will tell. Tab Time coming a little bit later on this afternoon. We're almost upon the second event from Eagle Farm. Benchmark 78 over the 1,000 metres. And Laredo is your top pick here, Joycey. Very promising and shooting for 3 on the bounce.
Absolutely, Marto. Yeah, I'm intrigued as well there. Autumn Glow or Jolly Star, who will it be? But as far as Laredo goes, yeah, just a really up-and-coming horse here in Queensland. Only 4 starts for 3 wins. Loves the 1,000 metre. Also proven at Eagle Farm. But we're not getting rich today at $1.50, but comes out of barrier 4. And the only danger I really saw was if we happen to get into a really heavy track. The soft 5 at this stage, the sort of wettest track that Laredo has performed on. But looking at that first race, I think they ran, I'll get the time for you, Marto, the 2-year-old there, Pembry, ran 57 something. I wrote it down somewhere, I've lost it now. It's 57.49. So 57.49, the 2-year-old. So this track, yeah, it's a soft 6, but when you're running those sort of times, boy, oh boy, either a superstar or the track's not that bad. So I think Laredo, the track won't be a problem now, and that should just mean Laredo's too good for them and should be winning, but we're not getting rich. Number 3, Port Erin, if you want to play Quinella at $14, just will appreciate what looks to be an absolutely helter-skelter tempo here with horses like Find Your Own, Royal Commodore, maybe Trapeze Warrior. They're going to go quick. So I think that'll set it up for Port Erin to finish late. 7 Moonhaven was back very heavily at his first start for the Curry stable. Went well, but there's room for improvement. And number 4, Trapeze Warrior, is the big query here. First up from Victoria, now with a new trainer out of Toowoomba. And he's 3 from 3 first up, so just don't know what to do with him. 8, 3, 7 and 4, Marto.
If it helps, Trapeze Warrior gets out from $21 to $26. Bets back quite comfortably. Laredo number Ace, $1.70 this morning into $1.40. And Moonhaven nibbled, $7.50 into $6. Just goes back to $6.50. Quick read there on the tab from this morning to now. Very late figures from the bookmaker's viewpoint. Laredo is $1.60 into $1.40 and solidly backed everywhere. Moonhaven 6 to $6.50. Royal Commodore is 6 out to 9. The rest double figures. No support for any of them. So Laredo heavily backed here. Drops 1.5 kilos for the rise to benchmark 78 grade today. Joyce.
Yeah, exactly right. Benchmark 70 to Laredo 1. It was a dominant performance, and the horse he beat Spectacular.
6
Eagle Farm will be back in Spectacular next time he steps out of the races. So it's a strong form reference, and as you just mentioned, actually drops 1.5 kilos. Whilst you're stepping from a 70 to a benchmark 78, you've got to realise that was an exceptionally strong benchmark 70. So he's beautifully placed at the weights. Barrier 4, soft track, he's a tick, and he's had 2 runs at Eagle Farm, both of them have been terrific. So he ticks every box at the moment. Unfortunately, you're taking $1.35, which is never going to really help us too much throughout the day, but maybe you can come up with a multi or a standout trifecta. There'll be some way to make a bit of money out of him for sure.
Moonhaven just specced on the second line with Tab. As you touched on, second start today for Mark Curry. It's Anthony and Sam Freedman. Blinkers are back on today. The winkers have been removed again.
Yeah, interesting little gear change. Look, they jumped out of trees to back him first up, and he probably didn't have the best run in transit. He tried hard, and he just peaked on his run the last little bit. That was in a benchmark 78. So I think he's only going to improve off that first up run. He's drawn soft. So he was certainly one of your Quinella trifecta horses. And if you are trying to make some money on the race, you know, you can stand out the 8, definitely have the 7 in to run second or third, and then just try and find those other place getters, and you might get something out of it.
Third pick on the tab is Royal Commodore. Hasn't found its way into your numbers. Was a read, led and bolted in on stable debut for first up. Matt Dunn, New Yard, ex-Terry Croft.
Yeah, really tricky to line up. Grafton Form was a very impressive win to the eye. Another fast horse, but there are a lot of fast horses here, and I don't think Royal Commodore will be able to lead a horse like Find Your Own, so he's going to have to sort of find a new gear or a new racing pattern to be as successful as he was at Grafton, and obviously Grafton to Eagle Farm is a massive rising class, so he missed the cut, but there's a couple of others there, like a Port Erin number 3 would be a great result to sneak into that trifecta to put some value in.
And they're loading them up for the second. Here's Mitch.
And the first to load, here's Find Your Own, about to get set. Right, Andrew, a very good afternoon to you. Officially for race 2, Find Your Own. He's gone back to the trials after a disappointing run last time around. He just can't seem to capture his old form at the moment. He keeps trialling well. Maybe the rain-affected track could see improvement, but it's all Dorado here. The price now, $1.40. So $1.40. Looks like it'll be the price at jump time here for Dorado. It's the last to load. Set to go, 1,000 metres. They went 57.49 for the opener. Just in this track, not too bad for the 6 rating. Impressive win at Pembury. Sets racing now. Dorado half missed it. Second last away. No speed from Moonhaven. Find Your Own's going to be gifted the front for the first 200 metres of the race, and he sped clear to lead by 2.5. Vindicta in second. Royal Commodore's in third. Further back to Port Erin. Next is Moonhaven. And then Trapeze Warrior and Dorado is last the inside, about 7 off the leader at the 550, which is Find Your Own comfortably clear. Approaching the home turn, 3 in front of Vindicta, Royal Commodore, and then Moonhaven, Port Erin. Dorado gets to the outside, 1 for the outside in fact, and then Trapeze Warrior. Find Your Own hard up against the inside, about to be collared now. Royal Commodore, Moonhaven, Port Erin, and now Dorado's called upon. 150 to go. Moonhaven's in front. Dorado really needs to find here. In fact, favourite's gone. Moonhaven's off and gone with the buddy. Moonhaven's going to win it by 2.5. Royal Commodore second. Port Erin third. And Dorado's missed the lots, run 4th. Then further back to Vindicta, Trapeze Warrior, and Find Your Own's just not racing well at the moment.
Moonhaven finds winning form. Second up for the New Yard. Ex-Victorian was with Anthony and Sam Freeman. Now with Mark Curry. Home at 640 plus. Joycey across the totes.
Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire, Mardo. They jumped out of trees first up to back him in a similar sort of race, and he just had to improve off that, which he was always going to, and he improved a lot off that today. Royal Commodore, honest. Port Erin, the value that we were looking for in the trifecta, and the disappointing run was Dorado. Third up from a spell, still lightly raced, blew the start, was there to do something on the turn, but very disappointing in the run home. So I assume it'll be spell time for Dorado. He'll go out now with 5 starts for 3 wins in a second. So still a smart horse, but it came to an end today.
Winds up in 4th position, 7, 6, 3 and ace. The result of race number 2. There's 8 races to come at Eagle Farm after Moonhaven gets the cash. And the second event. Third event from Flemington is next, starting in early quaddy with a listed race for 3-year-old fillies. Gators Viewpoint right after this. Alrighty, it's the third event from Flemington, and the second of 6 stakes races today is the Desirable Stakes for 3-year-old fillies, and we're racing here at the 1400 metres. And Gator, you're on top of is Custom, who hit the line well first up at the Caulfield 1200 metres.
Yeah, I thought it was a good return from her. Look, it was a busy finish, the Manfred Stakes, but she went well in it against the males, and the time was pretty good. So I sort of want to half-trust that race. I think what's more salient with Custom against these favourites is she's beaten Ollie Dancer home in the spring. It's safe to say Ollie Dancer was
one.
filly, but she beat her home and she meets her 3.5 kilos better here. She's had the fitness edge run, so she's looking a bit of value here. I thought she was the one perhaps a shade of overs. Scared stiff of Ollie Dancer, who's tried well. She's a Group 1 winner. 59.5 sure, but on ratings, they should be giving her a lot more weight than what they are. Sassapeel, well, she was terrific winning last time, just starting number 3, sat outside of slow speed, sure, but around a big last 600 figure, you can't do that if you're no good. And Next Gen, you can tie the form into Apocalyptic. There's no way she's out of it, and she's 25 to 1. Numbers 3125.
Best back Sassapeel with tab from this morning to now. 220 this morning, 190 just back out to $2 late. Ole Dancer goes 230 to $2.60. And then Custom, on top of there for Gator. 480 this morning, $6 back into $5. Very late in the piece. They're the key ones with the tab. Over now for a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Last 15 minutes, Sassapeel 215 to 220 is back into 190 and now at $2. A filly that's progressing really well. Fresh off that last start win at the track and trip Sassapeel.
Yeah, she's genuinely exciting, and she was heavily back to win that race too. She just got control of it. As I say, outside of slow speed, sure.
You're right, Gatekeeper. That's not only the thing. If you look at the struggle, it's huge for 2 and 1.
She's up a notch here, but I think she'll run very well. The market's telling you that.
Ole Dancer late with the bookies, 235 out to 260 first up today. Bigger fish to fry, $6 with tab for the Surround Stakes, $11 Coolmore Classic, $15 for the Australian Oaks and the Australian Guineas, $26 in the All-Star Mile. Always markets in full swing, Gator.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? And she was terrific winning that Group 1 at the end of last prep. 1,000 she beat Apocalyptic, who is absolutely no slouch. We'll see her later on today. On official ratings, she's clearly the best horse. She's Group 1 winner. She's got the 59.5. Stable aren't known for their first time heroics, sure, but she's unbeaten fresh, is Ole Dancer, and her trial was really good.
Custom is your top pick, 5 out to 6 back to 550 late with the bookmakers now into $5, $26 for the Australian Guineas in a couple of weeks against the boys.
Yeah, look, first go 1400 for her. I don't have any issue with it. We're about to learn something though. As I say, Ole Dancer was quicker home than her at the end of the 200, the last 200 in that Atlantic Dual Stakes. But I think it was only 400 seconds. So there wasn't a lot between them on the clock to the end of that race.
Chillicap won this last year, beating Huskin Sneaky Sunrise. Roll on High won it in 2025, beating Jolly Star and Kawachi. Other winners include Espiona. For the 3-year-old fillies, the listed Desirable Stakes is the third Flemington with Matt.
Desirable Stakes on a day with, we've got a Group 1, 2 Group 3s and 3 listed. This is the second of our listed contests as Next Gen goes in. Jamie Moss.
Adam and 2 and 4.
About to join them with also Skywatcher. Big opportunity for Jack Lang here with a horse in this listed contest. Skywatcher going into the stalls. Logan Bates, who's having a great run of things at the moment. And Ole Dancer, who's been a March drifter here. The story of met him before this Desirable Stakes, 235 out to 270 on official price. Ole Dancer goes in and they're locked away. Starter has them. And the racing Skywatcher 12 listed by a length and a quarter. Sullivan back to second last, and Sassapeel straight to the lead and draws about 2 lengths in front of in second place Custom, and then came the bolter Sullivan from Next Gen Skywatcher. Ole Dancer back to last. It's one off the fence, last of the 6. So Sassapeel the leader. 1,100 metres to go. 3 lengths in front, and is happy to run them along a bit. From Custom second, Sullivan third. A length and 3/4 Next Gen Skywatcher. LA Dancer at the tail of the field, 8 off the leader, and Main Danger in the betting, Sass Appeal. The odds-on favourite, the 800 metres, Sass Appeal by 2.5 lengths. In second, Custom, a length and 1/4, Celibate. They were followed by Next Gen Skywatcher, and last LA Dancer as they come around the corner in the Desirable. 600 metres to go. Sass Appeal looking for a three-peat of wins by a length to Custom. Celibate behind them from Next Gen. Skywatcher is hunting the fence, and LA Dancer brought towards the middle of the course. Sass Appeal about to dial it up, cuddled at the 400 metres, led by a length and a half to Custom, flat to the boards chasing, followed by Celibate, who's running a race, and then LA Dancer. Sass Appeal at the clock tower, 150 metres to go, guided hands and heels, 2 lengths in front of Celibate, LA Dancer. Sass Appeal going well, racing so well, and Sass Appeal won the Desirable. Second LA Dancer, third
216.
Custom, followed by Next Gen, and last of all was Skywatcher.
Sass Appeal wins under Damien Lane, who pockets an early double, and it pays $2 across all of the. So it's a filly that's tracking really well for Danny O'Brien, Gator.
Yeah.
216. The 3 lost the traction because of the neutral. 5 had a brain damage. That happened. So that was the first favorite home. Go to the next 4. One and 6 has been scratched. 2, 5, 7, and 3. It's the odds are right. Should win. That is the highest class, one of the lowest pressure. Then the second class is also the lowest pressure. So that how will you negotiate with that? This is good, but it's a challenger. All right, 6-year-old mare from gate number 4. And this advantage is more than the pressure that they have. So 7 gets negotiated by 3. 5 gets negotiated by 3 as well. 2 is the right odd. 2 is the right odd. Jockey is not a problem. It's a low pressure. Both the scenarios allow that. $1,100 meter. We'll see how that works. 2 is the right odd, I think so. Doesn't need the physics anyways because it is the straight run. It's a 4-figure drop to 5%. Acceptable is anywhere 10 to 15, so 5 is fantastic. This is a linear, this is a EW anyway, which is here. This one is not in a position. This is a second in class, so probably that's what it is. I like 2 and 3. Too good. Yeah. So what happened here is that thing just went through, but this is exactly what we need to happen to understand what's happening here, when it works and when it doesn't. 3 definitely was a question because of the neutral. Neutrals have a problem. Anyway, that is it. The 2 is the right odd, I think. 257. That was 6. When I was so hungry, I had to eat something. Morph 12 is big, yes. The distance is 2200. Twelve. 12. Come on, Dawes. That 12 was the EW Dawes. But you got it. I'm sure you did not put it as a win. Second, yes, that was an EW. That was definitely one of these horses. That is definitely one of these horses. It cannot be anything else. It is showing Ballarat.
bounced out pretty well, and Regal Ambition was out fairly. From a wide gate, Orchid Sky showing some speed, going with Expensive Taste there, the front two after 100 metres. Moving up to third, Modest Intentions to Lager Bay in fourth. Whimsy Smile was next, followed Victric Swans. Regal Ambition back to second last, and the Cellist is the last one with 7.50 to go. So Expensive Taste, and just a casual gallop down the chute before the home turn, lead a half length on all. Modest Intentions to Lager Bay in fourth. After a length into Whimsy Smile, followed by Victric Swans, who's dropping off already. Regal Ambition gets past him, and the Chalice going through in the middle as they swing for home. Expensive Taste from Orchid Sky, 3 up Modest Intentions to Lager Bay, in search of some room back near the inside. Now swings off the heels of the leaders. Whimsy Smile, Regal Ambition was deeper out at the 200. Expensive Taste, Orchid Sky, to Lager Bay joins in, and Regal Ambition running on late. To Lager Sky up to Expensive Taste from Regal Ambition. To Lager Bay ran to the lead though, and to Lager Bay, a nick winner over Regal Ambition, third Expensive Taste, and fourth Whimsy Smile. They were followed by Orchid Sky, and then the Cellist, followed him by Victric Swan, and the last one was Modest Intentions.
Talaga Bay beats Regal Ambition, Expensive Taste, and pace $4 range across the totes. 2 winds up fourth, and there's 6 races to come at Ballarat today. Third event at Randwick is a 2-year-old Piero Plate 1100 Dovo. Miss Chanel for you, kept chasing last time out.
Yeah, it did so. I thought it was a terrific effort, Marto. Good gap to third as well. And look, I think she's a fairly improving. And yeah, love that effort behind Sheila Gill in a fast rating race. And I think getting back home here, she can run really well. 4, 9, 1 and 5. My numbers. Sequin had no luck at all on debut. Interesting to see some massive drifter here. Was well in the market during the week, but market saying no. Never got a crack at them fresh, but whether that's the right form, we saw Zambales down south be a little bit disappointing today. 1 outspan, beat Miss Chanel when they clash, but just draws wide here and likely to give them a start as a result. And 5, Kieran Starr might be open to good improvement at second run. Was decent behind Saturn Summer and Zambales the other day. 4, 9, 1 and 5. Thought the favourite be hard enough to beat here.
There it is on screen. Miss Chanel went up at $2.80 with tab, $3.10 back into $3 late. Kieran Starr is $6 into $5. Late $4.80, $5.50 back to $5. The best backs quite clearly to beat both is Better by Far, number 7, $10 into $5 for Zach Lloyd. Waterhouse spot covered heaps of ground, nailed at the stick and scone on debut. What's your read? Better by Far.
I thought it was really well found, Marto. I'm much longer than the market.
Man, 7 grand.
Didn't mind it on debut. It wasn't a great ride sitting wide. But turn there and scone. I can see the link with Savage Look running well in town since, but I just think Savage Look's a much better horse than this one, Better by Far. So I respect the move, but you know, if you ask me for my opinion, I'd be saying I'd be keen to take it on, but you know, market's a better judge than me.
Late with the bookies, Better by Far, best back by Far, $6.50 into $5. Miss Chanel the favourite, $3.10 into $3. Little Nibble Sequined off a drift, $7.50 into $11, back into $9.50. Zoo Dazzler, $15 into $12 is the other one that's been spent. Miss Chanel, your top pick is $26 for the Tap Golden Slipper with Tap.
Yeah, look, she's got to obviously extend her brilliance to 1,200 metres. We won't see that today, but she's got to come out and tick this box as well. It's a decent race, and race is up for grabs. There's no doubt about that. We've seen a few 2-year-olds.
Really drift with the bookmakers. Clearly has some talent. Extra 100 should suit today.
Yeah, should do. And like I said, never got a crack at them the other day, so we'll find out what's under the bonnet today. Generally, the big players are a little bit against those luckless runs late, and that's what we saw with the drift here. But you know, I still got to be complete forgiving the other day, trialling well either side of it. So we'll find out what this horse has got today.
Farrier about to get to work with Kalukan Beauty, number 6. Your third pick is Outspan. Good strong winner on a soft 7 last time out. Now strikes top of the ground for the first time in a very limited career.
I think he's a nice horse. Yeah, he got the right run the other day. Rose early. He got back fresh from the white draw, and then last time he was able to use that gate to be able to park up behind them. So just today, I can't really see them chancing their arm out wide. Personally, I think they'll probably just go back, cop their medicine, and let him run on. So just feels like not his day today, but I think he's a nice horse.
Kieran Starr is in your mix at start number 2. Well-bred filly, set the back 650,000 by I'm Invincible out of Bonnie O'Reilly. Mum was smart and a stakes winner.
Yeah, she did a good job on debut and hit the line nicely. I think the step to 1100 is going to help her, and she's a horse that can improve sharply here in the right stable to do that. And I often say horses can find sort of a couple of lengths from race start 1 to 2, so she gets that opportunity to do that here and put herself in the picture of an autumn carnival player.
We just saw She's Extra win the first at Newcastle. She's a half-sister to Shaggy, who won this last year, Davo.
There you go, yeah. Well, he was the flavour, wasn't he, when he won there, Shaggy, and everyone wanted to sort of say, well, the dream's alive for the slipper, and gee, it's a testing game, horse racing. They would have been over the moon with that win and thinking what's ahead. Well, poor old Shaggy hasn't had a lot of luck since then. He sort of, the wheels have fallen off, to a word of a better description, but hasn't gone on with it. But anyway, that's the way racing goes.
Shaggy beat Comedy and Skyhawk last year. Switzerland won it the year before, beating Shangri-La Express and Extreme Diva. Cafe Millennium ticking along well nowadays for the Hayes Boys, won it in 2023. The Piero Place launches off at early quadding with Darren.
The outside. Up they come now. They're moving in again. Kieran Starr and Legacelli going forward. Persian Wonder about to move forward. And give her strength going in riderless. Braith Knock aboard, riding at 53 minimum today, Braith. So they've finished the work here on Kalukan Beauty, and Kalukan Beauty's being led into the gates without rider, Tim Clark. Behind the line, the well-supported Zoo Dazzler in the White Red V, Better by Far, and Outspan. Outspan's drawn the outside barrier here over the 1100 metres. Now they got Kalukan Beauty back into the gates. I think that's the one we were waiting on there. So 3 more to move in. 290 is the call about Miss Chanel now. The Tagaloa filly gave a good chase to Chili Girl in the Widden January 31. Now, rider out of the saddle on Zoo Dazzler, Chad Schofield. And Kalukan Beauty's not in the gates as yet. The filly that they did replate, and that work's been completed. So Kalukan Beauty's out of line. Zoo Dazzler is dancing around riderless. Meantime, a Better by Far and Outspan are just minding their own business, just waiting for the call up until the shenanigans is over. Okay, so Kalukan Beauty appears to be going back into the gates. It's great racing coming up today. The return of the Glamour filly, Apocalyptic, and the Lightfinger Stay. She's very short, drawn barrier 1. The unbeaten mare, Autumn Glow, in the Apollo Stakes. She'll be able to make it 9 out of 9. A very competitive Expressway Stakes. Angel Capital, Jolly Star, Lady Shenanigan, along with Cabalas, who recently won a trial by a dozen lengths, and Coal Crusher. Only 6 running in the Expressway Stakes, but certainly a race with a fair amount of depth to it. Now, Better by Far's going in. Not sure what the status of Kalukan Beauty is. This saga's going on now. Kalukan Beauty refused to load out at 135. Kalukan Beauty. Kalukan Beauty, who's got us 5 minutes behind time here, is out. Off. Racing now. Outspan jumped okay, so did Better by Far. Miss Chanel's having her ears written off and not really accelerating as Kieran Starr moved up in front of it. Then Persian Wonder, Legacelli, Zoo Dazzler. Sequind is firing up back in the field. Yvonne's Joy snagged back, and Give Her Strength there's the last one. Better by Far got the front, and Kieran Starr got the spot outside. Miss Chanel goes to a clear third now from Legacelli, Persian Wonder. Outspan just drifting back a little bit out wide. Then came Zoo Dazzler from Sequin. Yvonne's Joy and Give Her Strength. So a clear leader now, Better by Far, coming around the turn, and he sends the margin to 3/4 on Kieran Starr. Then Miss Chanel being reined up. Legacelli on the inside. Further back to Sequin. 300 to go. Better by Far gets a length clear. Kieran Starr, though, is sticking on strongly, and Kieran Starr now moved up on the outside of Better by Far. Clear from Persian 1 to Miss Chanel's early battling, but Kieran Starr gets the upper hand now and starts to draw clear. Kieran Starr, 3/4 to Better by Far. She showed a lot of fight. Persian 1 to 3rd. Sequin, Legacelli next with Miss Chanel on the outer. Further back to
So a good strong performance, Kieran Starr, and it's 5.72. First win comes at start number 2, Davo.
Good effort, yeah, showing that good improvement today, Marto, and able to get the job done. All eyes on the clock. The second horse has done a good job, and we'll back that odds.
5.72, 4 in for 4th, launching off the early quaddy. Third at Eagle Farm, benchmark 70, 18.20. Best value bet for you, Joycey, is Cara Corin, and he wasn't disgraced. Tougher grade at this track and trip last time out.
Yes, Marto, that's right. He's had 3 runs back from a spell, which he's needed. He sort of gets up to these trips, and that's when he starts to hit his best. He's been racing in benchmark 80, 82 grade all the way through. So today he drops back to a 70, gets the claim for Talia of Finland, gets barrier 1. And he's a genuine wet tracker. He's 2 from 2 in the heavy. So in a tricky race where I couldn't see much value up top, I just went searching for a little bit down the bottom, and Cara Corin, for me, worth a small bet at around that sort of $15, $17 mark.
Went up at 15 this morning with Tab, late 16 into 14, back to 15. Rezone the favourite 240 to 250. Clear mover to beat it is your 4th pick, Luton Who, and it's 480 into 350. She covered ground on speed last time out here at the mile.
Yeah, so she's the one of the weights. I mean, these horses have sort of been racing against each other. Rezone, Luton Who, Diamond Epic, A Clear Awesome. So the handicap has sort of levelled them all up, and that's what you can see looking at the market today. Luton Who, probably the only reason she got shuffled down to 4th is she hasn't really got...
You see 3 Eagle Farm.
A few of the others do have. But she's probably the best weighted coming out of their recent clashes, so I can see where the market support's coming from. She was good there last start.
And went up shorter with the bookies, obviously, but still back 3.70 into $3.20 there, Luton Who. Rezone as the bookies' favourite goes $2.45 out to $2.60. He's flying for the new yard, unbeaten 3 from 3. Mark Curry, ex-Victorian, was with Price and Kent. St Kent.
Yeah, we just saw the last winner, an ex-Victorian, wasn't it? Going to Curry Yard was too good, and Rezone's been up here for a while now, 3 from 3, but, you know, he's creeping up in the weights. They've got a claim to sort of getting back down to some sort of chance, and he's probably not as proven in the wet as a few of the others, so I'm not knocking him, but I couldn't take 260.
Let's get trackside for Mitch's call of the 3rd.
The last couple that come forward now, including the very much informed Diamond Epic, and the Clear Awesome will be the last to load. 18.20 for the 3rd. Set to run. Waiting for Luton Who to be right. They're off this time. Cara Corin off the inside. Bounce well with Sir Beveridge. A Clear Awesome's going forward on their outside. Rezone is going to trail up in 4th with Luton Who. And Diamond Epic's going to let it all unfold, going straight back to last. A Clear Awesome is 4 wide at the moment. Luton Who's going to drive through in between runners and now take the lead. 1,400 metres left to run. Luton Who in front of A Clear Awesome as they finally find their positions. 2.5 away, Cara Corin on 3rd, Sir Beveridge is 4th. Rezone is now back to 5th and 2 lengths away, Diamond Epic last. 1,100 left to run. Luton Who in front, leading by a bit more than a length to A Clear Awesome, Park 2nd. Cara Corin with the lightweight in 3rd. Sir Beveridge a half away in 4th, 2 lengths away Rezone. And a similar margin to Diamond Epic last of all, who can track the race favourite everywhere it goes. Down the side of the track at the half-mile marker. And Luton Who's been able to dictate things once finding the front at the 1,400. Leads by half a length to A Clear Awesome. And just pinching an even cheaper furlong now, Luton Who. Cara Corin 3rd, so Beveridge is 4th, Rezone 5th, about to peel out 3 deep at the 600, and Diamond Epic last, only about 3 lengths off them. And Ryder and Diamond Epic, Corey Sutherland's going to try and weave through the field. Topping the straight, Luton Who
is about 3 parts of a length in front of a Clear Awesome. Karakoron, Diamond Epic squeezing through. That run's just about there. In the meantime, Rezone is gathering them in. At the 250, Rezone hit the front. Diamond Epic now trying to go through. The run's fully established now, 100 to go. Diamond Epic through. Rezone. It's going home a bit the better, Diamond Epic. She's just a mare in form. Diamond Epic beat Rezone. Just wanted it more the last little bit. Karakoron third, Sir Beveridge fourth, then Luton Who and a Clear Awesome.
Bad luck.
So it's Corey Sutherland and Diamond Epic going back to back with wins.
I was looking at 3 at Flemington. I think we'll see how it plays, but I think the odds are right.
And they're going to get some money for the Ronald McDonald House. So, look, how good is it that when you come together, especially in these countries, not just here in New South Wales, but all across Australia, that people just want to have a good time. Hey, I've spoken to the traders, Marto. It is going to be Jolie Star. I don't know what price, but they're going to make it big. It's going to be obviously a max bet, but Jolie Star is the way they have gone. And that, of course, will come up very, very soon. So make sure your phone's ready, QR codes, get involved. And I'm going to rip in you this afternoon, young mate. I'll have a few for you, all right?
Fantastic. Looks good. Wish I was there. Jolly Stars, my favourite in the Expressway Stakes, is going to feature shortly as the Tab Time Special, apparently. Fourth event from Flemington, 90 seconds away. Bovis Gold Prelude at 1100. Immortal Star is flying Gator as she chases 3 straight.
Yeah, look, it's a different race after these scratchings. So I don't love going 1 up the straight, but she might just be better than them. She won 3 of her last 4. She was wide, tough when Lotus, ran fast time prior to that. Here up the straight, Flemington should. Oh, it was wind assisted, but she went the time. She's been photographed.
John, 5.
Misty Grain, semi-forgivable last time. Didn't lose. Better one. He can run a decent race, and Tango Jaw certainly in the mix. But they're pretty keen here. The 2, 7, 4, 5.
Marketplace, Immortal Star with Tab 230 into 195. Best Factor, Tango Jewel is 550 into $4. And a clear best factor beat it with the Tab from this morning to now. Last 15 minutes bookies, Immortal Star 2 into $1.95. Tango Jewel 4 to 4.20. There is support for Perilous Fighter number 3, which is $9 into $7.50. Hit the line well last time out at sale. Just back to the 1100 metres today for Perilous Fighter Gator.
Yeah, that was some little query, I thought, coming back 100, but if it's... must have a case, run on well... with the claim here, actually drops 4.5 kilos.
And your second pick, Mystic Rain, spec...
Yeah, I think that is it, PC. There's nothing more to it. Very difficult to beat that horse. Unless that horse puts all its legs up in the air and says, no, it's a Saturday, I don't want to run. That's a different thing. But it's very difficult to beat that.
Yeah, it was a tough one last time, wasn't it, with the 59. Didn't have the most peaceful run in transit, and so he still beat them, and key rivals that are in this race. So, happily on top.
Let's get trackside for Matt's call on the...
I would say it's smart.
Well, pretty well behaved down there at the barrier stores. So just a couple of these circling. Tango Jewel to take its position in a moment. Would be a big result for the team at Freshwater Creek from the Edward stable. Tango Jewel going into barrier number 4.
But it's all racing it. You know how things are.
$200,000 race. It pays to own in Victoria. The field's set to go. Race 4 headquarters. They're ready. Gates are back and racing. Immortal Star away cleanly in barrier number 1. It was one of the initial leaders with Tango Jewel and also Mystic Rain. Perilous Fighters right up. They didn't race them early. Just happy to perch behind the speed. Nostrabella next, then Jack Ivy, Ungawa, Mr. Magnus. So they make their way towards the 800 metres where Mystic Rain is the leader by a length. Tango Jewel. Immortal Star behind those, a little bit keen. Then came Perilous Fighter. Nostrabella there outside. Ungawa deeper, then Jack Ivy and Mr. Magnus last of the group onto the course proper at the 550. Mystic Rain a length in front of Tango Jewel. There's a lovely run for Immortal Star if good enough the inside. They were followed by Perilous Fighter brought towards the middle and their 2 lengths Nostrabella and Jack Ivy. Mystic Rain swallowed up by Perilous Fighter. They were followed by Tango Jewel and Immortal Star will have to find on the rails. 150 metres to go. It's Perilous Fighter.
3, 3, 3.
2 or 3 lengths in front of Jack Ivy late. And then Tango Jewel, but Perilous Fighter too good for Jack Ivy. Third is a photo of tiring Tango Jewel and Immortal Star coming at it. Then came Mystic Rain, Mr. Magnus behind those horses. Then was Nostrabella next door to Jack Ivy.
3-9.
Gawa.
Perilous Fighter and pays the 8 range across the totes as it zooms away from its rivals late, Gator.
Yeah, it looks quite an even race outside of Immortal Star on paper, but those coming through that race were able to improve significantly, and the main one being Perilous Fighter, who just like driving back in true. But that way,
Still nailed it. Nothing more to it. It still nailed it. Just could not stand. And then 9. This one. The 7 was no chance. This one was no chance. And even here it was like bad. I thought the class will do the job, but it's the straight. This straight is difficult. The straight is definitely difficult. Do not click on this. The 3 went through. Araman had 3, I think. Let me see. Should have just gone through. I thought you had that. Three, 9. Anyway. This is a benchmark 90. No scratching. 7, 4, 5, and 9. So what happened here? That thing went through. Okay, the EW just went through. It nailed this thing. Even 5 couldn't stand. It dropped here. So that basically is a rise here. So that is what happened. And if that is that, then I think it might have gone to 10 or 4 somewhere. So 7, ideally, what is happening is this. So this is going to be again back on that straight here. That is going to be back again on that straight. So now for the 1100 meter, definitely the pressure line did not work. The pressure line did not work because of the class, and that just went through. Here it is a little more complicated than that. So the 4 is the linear, which is good, but goes on negative. It's a benchmark 90. The jock is misaligned, but it is a dedicated jock. It's definitely higher in class. They will fail from there probably. This is still good, but it is an 8-year-old. This is a neutral, which is here, 64. Let's see what happened with the first one. Definitely that failed. Here, this one failed. Pressure. Here, highest class. I think 5 has better chances than the 4. And I don't think the 7 is going to win. I'll tell you why, because they're following a pattern. Okay, the first one was a 1100 meter on the straight, so the pressure failed. The second one here, also the pressure failed, and it went through this advantage. Now there are so many horses with advantage, and there are just 2 of these horses with pressure, out of which 4 definitely is the better class. 4 definitely is the better class, has a dedicated jock, all that is fair. But body weight, 5 is heavier, lower pressure than that, and a steady form line. The 7 is good, but it is not of the same class. It is not of the same class. It is very good, but it is not of the same class. And that's an advantage model. And when that happens, then anybody who is higher with a like this, all these becomes a threat. That 6 is also probably there. Let's see, let me just see where that 6 stands. So the 6 stands there. The 6 is here. This one probably will fail. This is an 8-year-old. The 6 is the neutral. 9. I think it is built on the pressure model. That's what I think. We'll see how that works. Because if the 7 is there, okay, the 7 is good, but that 7 is not of class. Now, if that's that, then you have this one to challenge, you have the 7-year-old to challenge. A beautiful resume, by the way, and that's one of the highest classes. This one probably will not happen, but the 7 has a lot of other fellows to talk to. It is not going to be easy. The 4 and the 5, both are on pressure line. This goes on negative. The jock is still misaligned. I think 5 has better chances than the 4 and the 7. I like the 5. We'll see what they have to say. But this is basically what is happening is here. What happened is that was a negligible pressure with a very high class horse, but that basically got nailed. I don't know how that happened. Maybe because of the straight. The straight is a very dicey place. This straight at Flemington, where all the 1100, 1200 and the 1000 meters they play, that's a very dicey place. God knows how that works. And this is again going to be there. I think this one is on pressure build. I think this one is on pressure build. To and that's Ballarat. Benchmark 90. Going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
The 750 is the best back to beat it. There's money for changing colours, number 19 everywhere you look. For Chris Waller, James McDonald, $15 into $11. Like the race 5-year-old mare, changing colours has placed 2 of 3 this campaign, Dara.
Yeah, she's going really well. Two placings have been terrific from the back and the miss in between. She just got too far back from the gate, so likely to get a good run here with the right jockey aboard and hit the line really hard late. Just she probably lacks the upside of a few of these, but jockey's key as well, so she's going to be really strong late.
Amrikia is the only other one to be speculated with the bookies, just $15 into 13 back to $14. Sovereign Hill, same great, rises 3 kilos today. Place sold previous third up go for the 4-year-old.
And a horse that, it's just turn the corner, simple as that, this prep. He loves running along in front. He should get that set up again here. And he's been running through the line really strongly, so I think he looks really well suited again. Fence seems to be holding up okay. We saw Better By Far run second in that last race after leading, so should be hard to, they can just edge off a bit and should be hard to catch here as the market's suggesting.
9 scratchings down to a field of 11 to contest the 4th with Darren.
Down to Arabian Rose with 1 step closer and Scaletric, so it appears that they were down to the last 3. Arabian Rose came from a mile back to run the 3rd last time north of the border, and the Queensland mare overall's been well respected. Changing colours to go in now. Changing colours, James McDonald picks up the right. J Mac on number 19, changing colour. So Arabian Rose moves
Right,
in
I'm
now,
back.
and they're all in. Ready to run. Race 4, the My Plates Handicap. Rathful very edgy towards the inside, and riders out of the saddle. Just standing up on the running board at the moment. Nash. Rathful just buzzing up there on the inside stall. Looks as though they're going to back this out. Sovereign Hill, a odds-on favourite to make it 3 out of 3 this prep. But Rathful just holding up the start. Now, Nash is getting seated again here on Rathful as everything's calmed down again. Click. It'll settle last. Miss Kim Carr's jumped all right off the inside, but the favourite going for off the press moves up to keep it company in the early part. Is right there on the inside, and Amrikia splitting runners. Further back then to Divana from Happy Belly, changing colours, Electrics. Arabian Rose is going to settle third last. 2 lengths to Rathful and 1 step close is at the rear. Hieronymus has the favourite in front, Sovereign Hill, and travelling sweetly from off the press with Miss Kim Carr getting right on the coattails of the leader and favourite. Half the outside to Ambrikia, followed by Happy Belly, 3 fence on the inside of Divana. Then came Skeletrix together with changing colours. 2 off to Arabian Rose, Rathful the rails. 1 step closer, last about 10 off the lead. So Sovereign Hill at evens here shows the way by a long neck and off the press. Then Miss Kim Carr from Ambrikia, changing colours, is pulling out as they straighten up now. Sovereign Hill now to the fence. Leads the way by 3/4 to off the press. Ambrikia travels up to third. Then Miss Kim Carr, and further back to changing colours. Sovereign Hill wants to lane a little bit. Amrikia and off the press are trying hard, particularly Amrikia is letting down today. And Amrikia moved up to join Sovereign. Goes on with the job, and Ambrikia pulls away to beat Sovereign Hill. Giovanna third, Arabian Rose ran home into fourth. Further back to Miss Kim Carr and off the press.
17.
Changing colours, go Electrics 1 step closer. Happy Belly weekend.
So Amrikia, Jack Lloyd beating Sovereign.
17-4.
That's the job, Bardo. Well, she was the boom off last preparation. Everyone thought she was going to.
fantastic filly who started at $1.60. You'll have to be quick to get involved with Jolly Star. Fourth event from Eagle Farm Joycey, sponsored by Sky Racing, benchmark 70 1200. Savage Revive. Got a long way back and got home nicely last time out.
That's it, Marto. We've got to tick the winner when it's the Sky Racing benchmark 70, and this is her time to shine. She's had the 2 runs in Queensland for Tony Gollan. She was very competitive down south prior to that. She was beating the Lip at Rose Hill one day in a strong benchmark 78. So this is her race. She attacked the line over 1,000 last start. Would have loved to have seen Lorado frank that form earlier today. That didn't happen. But I think Lorado just had 1 run too many this prep, and Savage Revive out to the 1200 today. Ryan Maloney off a decent draw. Today's the day for her. I think the fact that we never got into that heavy range as well just takes a bit of risk out of it, because she never raced on a heavy track, but she's certainly got some form on soft.
Best back to Savage Revive, 280 into 220 with a tab fix. Best back to beat a Dream Lantern number 7 is in your mix and is $5 into $3.90. She got a long way back last time out, made up ground, had no luck to start prior.
Yeah, she's a tricky one, Marto, because she does a lot wrong. She's her own worst enemy. You'll see that today. She won't do everything right, I can guarantee that. So she just struggles when she gets to this sort of level. She's great working to this grade because she can get away with doing things wrong, but she lays in, she lays out, she rolls around. So keep an eye on her. I wouldn't back her at 390, but I can see why people like her. But for me, no. I'd rather go a little bit wider. Maybe the 13 Lunar 8 will run a cheeky race, and the 6 Chevelle Chic, genuine wet tracker at $18. Throw them into multis.
Savage Revive late with the bookies. It's best back 270 to 220. Dreamland 423.90 back to $4. Little nibble Just Precious, which is into $10 off an $11 opening trade. Last couple to move forward for the fourth with Mitch.
Time coming up, so if you're watching the race on a television screen, Savage Revive will wear the black cap from Blue Spinel, who's in the gold. Set to run. Ready at the 1200. Enterprise Attack just had a half a dive at the gates. Racing now, he was the first one out. Enterprise Attack, he left clearly. Lunar 8 jumps into second spot. That's an extra.
Even I think on the similar lines, Automan, but I think
Green Lantern's going to
this one is going to play on pace. This is going to be a googly.
Chevelle Chic and last is Blue Spinel. That's an extra parked up on the outside of Enterprise Attack, and that's an extra wants the front clearly now and took it up.
But I think the second linear has better chances.
Super Alloy.
We'll see if that holds up.
Then followed by Apollo 10. Next is Dream Lantern in between runners with Just Precious. Savage Revive still back around fourth last. Chevelle Chic, Blue Spinel, and Run with the Tide Not Travelling. Topping the straight, that's an extra in front of the 350 from Enterprise Attack. Lunar 8, Just Precious, Savage Revive climbing all over their backs. A run's about to present now at the furlong pole, and she bursts through. In the meantime, Blue Spinel's got plenty of momentum up. Savage Revive at the 100 after Enterprise Attack. Chevelle Chic very late. Savage Revive, great ride, Maloney. Savage Revive won it. Chevelle Chic will bob it up second, and Enterprise Attack third. Blue Spinel loop but peaked late, and then next in Apollo 10 and Just Precious. Further back to Super Alloy, Run with the Tide. Dream Lantern didn't come on, that's an extra, and Lunar 8.
Savage Revive does the job. 6 may well nail the 8s to run second. Taking a look at the super slow-mo. Mitch will be right there. It'll be 12 beating 6 and 8. Savage Revive finds winning form third up. Third start for the new stable of Tony Gollan. Ex-Victoria was with Nick Ryan, was he?
Yeah, that's the one we wanted, Marto, out of the 1200 today. Just what she was looking for, patient.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. Two is the 8-year-old. Possible. It's a dicey one. It's a dicey one. I think it'll. Here we still have negative on this, but 5 is good. 5 is a higher class than this one. This is the only problem. If that gets knocked out, then the 5 is the next, which is right. But looking at the fact that this 2 went through, we need to work on this. I still have zero understanding of how this strength works. John EW8. Yeah, that 8 is a dicey one, John. They fail from there. God knows why they fail. I was looking at that as well, but I don't know if I want to talk about it because they fail from that position. The question is 7. 7 is a low pressure model. Okay, fair enough. Ideally, we'll see. So far, it has been all low pressure. The pressure model just did not work at Flemington.
Yeah, he has. His both runs back have been good. He was wide on the speed first half, forgive, then went to the Durbridge at Way for Age and covered ground, as you say. And it's 1 point off Shagrippa, who'd be high in the market here. So he's certainly a key hope draws well.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Ruta Royale is 240 into 240 back to 245, and dollar is 440 into 4 back to 420. Great Maximus 5 into $4.60. Is $8.50 out to 9 back to $8.50. Little nibble mow down 21.31 back to 26 for Thrills. Is pounding is 61 to 71 back into $61. Ruta Royale has won 1 of 5 since being gelded and drops 1.5 kilos for Jamie Mellon today.
Yeah, he's well, that's true. He was lame in one of those misses, and then the forgive run last start. So his other 3 runs were terrific, I thought. So look, I just need to be a bit clever. With the right pilot on board for that in Jane Mellon.
Is the second pick, and he's been hitting the line well of late, freshened and back to the jump outs.
Yeah, close hard his last 2. He's been top handful of sectionals of those races. So dropping trip isn't generally ideal, but I add less weight to that when they're dropping in trip up the straight because you've got time to build that momentum. So I think he's a key winning hope before. Just
a reminder about the Jolly Start Tap Time special. You have to be quick. Scan that QR code on screen. Don't take 280 tab fix for the expressway stuff. Stakes favourite. Shop at $5. Maximum bet of $20. The 5th with Matt Hill from Flemington. The first one into the stalls, into a middle stall. Ruta Royale is forward with also extra 2. Number 5, Great Maximus, just had to be resaddled. Hutch, thank you very much. Just repeating that Great Maximus had to be resaddled, just constituting a slight delay to the loading process. But now Damien Lane is back on board. Of course, Damien and Luke Cartwright sharing honours at the moment with doubles apiece. Great Maximus, who's third up, Chase Sharippa last time out, goes into the stalls safely. Now, Great Maximus is forward. There is Fishin joining the line. Mow down along with Indola, so they've moved up pretty swiftly at the top.
The problem is the straight. The straight works in a very mysterious and treacherous way.
Going forward, and that is Mow down. Takes the outside, and the field is set.
We're on, maybe.
And they're racing. Endola away fairly in the middle, fishing out pretty well. Not as fast as Ruta
But it's not helter-skelter. Extra 2 fishing behind it. And then came towards the outside Great Maximus, followed by Highlights, Pounding, and Dola. Well back, Mow Down deeper. And last of all is Behaviour. So with 850 metres to go, Royale is getting comfortably in front at the moment by about 2 lengths to in second place. Great Maximus, Extra 2, and then Fishin' in the white jacket deeper. They were followed by Pounding and Dola in a line with Highlights and Mow Down and Behaviour at the end of the field. Ruda Royale, every chance in front. 500 metres to go by a length. Great Maximus. They were followed by Fishin' the outside. Behind those horses, Extra 2 fell 4. Mow Down up the middle, followed by Andola, who's trying to get into the clear. Ruda Royale now sprints for home, 250 metres to Maximus, and then Endola and Behaviour from a long way back. Ruda Royale, 100 metres to go, still led.
Come on! Oh, yeah, yes!
To the line.
Oh.
Photo. Third in the race was Behaviour, then Great Maximus Fishin'. Behind them,
That was a googly.
next to finish, Mow Down, Highlights, and Extra 2.
So Indola is trying to grab Ruda Royale close to the wire. Heads are up, heads are down. I'm going to go the outside Indola, but it's close. Ruda Royale is right there with it. He's the notoriously misleading
Four.
Indola, so does that photo. So Indola
4.
nails Ruda Royale right at the stick. Freshens and Indola.
4-7. 4-7-9.
No, look, he's a good little horse. He's got second, third level. This race is strong. He just had a bit of trouble getting clear. You see him colours. Once clear, he really take the line back at 1200 up Australia, which
4-7-9. 4. Definitely class. But that got absorbed. 7. 9. Seven, 9. Yeah, that happened. We'll go to the next. Five has been scratched. 2, 3, 9, 4. Two, 3, 9, 4. Come on. Okay, so the 2 is the favorite. It is like this, that it's a 2500 meters, so you don't need the physics. Okay, but the irony of the fact is this, that 2500 meters, it is not about the linears, it is about low pressure horses. It's a very long distance. The difference is huge. Here it is about 17, here it is about -32, so just double. The stuff is here, but where it is concentrating, I don't like it. It is concentrating on this horse. The problem is this horse is has a jock and everything, but this horse is prone to fail from here. So if that's not the thing, then this is a 7-year-old. I don't know how that'll work. And this one seriously falls in class. Two is the right odd because it's one of the class horses. It is also a linear performance is there. All that is good, but it won't be easy. It's a 6-year-old gelding with a power play all over 2500 meter. I don't know if that'll work because there are these younger horses which are like 4-year-old geldings, and this, I mean, it is getting to this horse. I mean, if we look through that, so first is this particular section. If we look here, then we get the 2, we get the 8, 3 and all that, then it drops here. But these two are linears. That's very difficult to work with on a 2500 meter. The one that I like is a 7-year-old gelding, which is difficult. These two becomes neutral, will lose traction. Then it starts here, and the 9 is good, is a 4-year-old gelding, but it's a challenger. That's why it starts building on 4, but the 4 is the drift which is sitting here, which will fail. Probably. And if it goes wrong, apart from that, then apart from the 4 and the 2, the bill fits on 3. Okay. But that's a 7-year-old. Then it is here. Can't go with that. I don't know this. I will not get into this. This was supposed to be a googly, all right. They played low pressure for so long. This was meant to be a googly. They made it a googly, but here I don't know. We've done a 2000 meter today. The 6 was the favorite that did not win. The 10 won with a low pressure. Okay. Now that's a 5-year-old mare. That's a very dangerous horse over 2000 meters. Here we don't have a 5-year-old mare. Whatever we have, they are not looking good. That 7 is there. Okay, that 7 is there, but it drops in class. I don't know whether it will work. This definitely, the 4 definitely is a very difficult choice. I can't do that. This one, I know the linears will have a problem. at a 2500 meter with a pressure model. That's a 6-year-old gelding with that kind of a pressure, with that jock. How will that work? I don't know. 3 turns out to be a 7-year. Then it gets here, which is a challenger. But the given situation, 9 stands the best chance. Because this is not about class, it is about the distance, and you have to be young to pull that distance. And I was thinking about this one also, the 7. But the 7 gets into trouble because they are neighboring gates with that horse. If there is something, some chemical equation playing on these 2 horses, then the 4 will not win. It will not let the 7 also win. So that will not happen. So that's why I'm not very keen on 7 as well. The 9 and the 4 are the ones which stands the chance, but this one is probably not there. Maybe 9. These 2 will have issues. This is a 7-year-old. I don't know if a 7-year-old is with a pressure line and a 9-year-old with that kind of a thing with an advantage line. I mean, a 4-year-old. So, I mean, how can I even, I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. The 4 was cluttered up. The 4 was having issues because the 4 had issues, but finally it did the job. It did the job. That was the highest class. This one was not 8. I mean, the moment it all starts looking very good, that's when things go wrong at Flemington. So far, everything that was looking good went upside down. Everything. So now this is looking good. That probably is not it as well.
And they're off this time. And Smokescreen was out okay. There is good speed from Stern in, who's going with Super Dirty for the early lead. Dance the Foxtrot, Lonstar not far away. Norvilla, Capital, Lister, Prestige, Eric, Smokescreens amongst that pack and a little ungenerous there. Pushing up the inside is Czech Republic. Krasna Ludek, Tempered Edge were next, followed by Servinia. Yatshaw and Presno are the last 2 as they come down to the home turn. So with 500 to go, it's Stern in front from Super Dirty, Lonstar, Villa, Capital, Lister 4 out. Prestige, Eric and Smokescreen just in that second wave of runners as they turn into the straight. Czech Republic up along the inside. They're the main hopes. 250 out. It's Stern in front. Lonstar, Villa, Capital, Lister. Smokescreen right down the middle, starting to range up now. Smokescreen out after Lonstar and Villa, Capital, Lister. Smokescreen, Lonstar kicking back well. Lonstar Lonstar I think just wins from Smokescreen, Villa, Capital, Lister. A line up there for 4th, including Prestige, Eric, Super Dirty and Sternen. Then we had
Adam Raps Lonstar to grip on and repel Smokescreen. 5 and 13 hit it like together. 16 Ryan's up in 3rd position. 5th at Randwick. You're keen here on Cross Tasman. Very talented 4-year-old. It's ticking along really well. Davo?
But yeah, just pushing out to 210 now. I did notice Tab's lay of the day this morning, the traders, and they said they would push. So they pushed 10 cents at least. Come on, team. They could probably push a bit more. They don't like it, but yeah, I'm with him. I think he should be able to beat this prep Bardo as a gelding. He just got beaten by a J-Mac special ride on Pippi Beach last time. Defence was on fire. J-Mac was able to find it on Pippi, and Yeah, that's what cost him the win. I think 1600's ideal now. Would have loved the soft track, sure, but I still think he's too good for these and keen to be with him and made him the best of the day. Helsing the danger on the quick backup. Got every possible chance last week, but trying to get a lovely run again. I can see on the backup does have some appeal. Bit one pace, so I think Cross Tasman's got a bit of dash about him. 9, it's a knockout wide fresh. Can improve, but needs to. It's just the party. Gee, there's someone's buttering up again there. I see there's been a bit of specking for him. I thought he's pretty much exposed himself. This prep has been a horse that hasn't gone on at all, but, they're giving him a chance here. 10, 2, 9, 6.
Your best bet is Corey Brown's pick of the yard. Cross Tasman went up with the bookies at 195. It's just out to 205 there. Helsing is 440.
Dow's, you have a black book.
As you touched on, Just Party was popular on the tab fix and late with the bookies, $8 into $6.50. Interesting to note Ryan Alexia gear tinkers today. Blinkers removed, gets the buys his first time. Just Party.
Yeah, they're trying something. Look, he was well beaten behind Cross Tasman last time. Go back 18 months ago, it was a nice horse, but it just hasn't gone on for mine. So I respect the move, but yeah, I'm struggling to see where it's coming from.
Glad you think so at longer odds. Resumes off a couple of trials, 21 into 15. Furious is 21.31 back to $21. Jamboree 31 into 26. But you're keen on a talented galloper here, Davo, Cross Tasman.
I think he's progressive, Marto. I think he's going to be a really nice horse on wet ground, but I think he's going to go on to better things. So I expect him to win again today and continue on his race.
Here's Darren.
Cross Tasman moves up to the outside draw. Cross Tasman moves in. First leg of the big six with a little jackpot today, and we're ready to run. Stand by. Favourite in the outside stall, Cross Tasman. The gates open and they're off and racing. Cross Tasman got away with them. Jamboree ripped up out of the gates looking for the lead. Gold Bullion, Helsing, Glad You Think So, all pretty handy as they sort out their order and did some knockout in the club there as well. Then Cross Tasman, Just Party, Casual Connection, and Furious is going to settle last of all. Jamboree controls the action early. Out by length on Helsing, being restrained. It wants a tail trail. Gold Bullion moves up on the outside to third. 2 after it's a knockout. Then Glad You Think So. Cross Tasman, 1 off the fence. And would be about 8 lengths off the leader. Further back to Just Party has been well back.
Stretch Jimmy.
From Casual Connection and Furious is the last one. 800 metres to go. Jamboree by 2. Helsing in a slipstream second, followed by Gold Bullion, who's been ridden up a long way from home. 3 further back to It's a Knockout on the outside of Glad You Think So. 2 to Cross Tasman, Just Party, Casual Connection, and Furious is the last one. Jamboree at the 500, a length in front from Helsing. Gold Bullion, Glad You Think So. Then It's a Knockout. Now the favourite Cross Tasman's peeling to the outside. Just Party's hugging the fence. Jamboree at the 300, giving a good sight by 2 on Helsing, knuckling down. Just Party on the inside. Cross Tasman.
Not great.
Still 3 lengths away. Jamboree leads away by a length and a half, but Cross
Not
Tasman
great, Jimmy.
Jamboree's all out. Cross Tasman going after it. Jamboree and Cross Tasman. Jamboree kicked and won. Jamboree fended off the favourite Cross Tasman. It's gone close but beaten again. Then Helsing, followed by Glad You Think So. It's a Knockout, Just Party. Further back to Furious, Casual Connection, and Gold Bullion was last in.
They couldn't catch Jamboree under Dylan Gibbons. It's 6 career success at start number 29. It's a last to first form reversal there, Davo.
Does so, Mother, yeah. Horse that's always been capable on his day at this type of level. He was able to get there up on speed and just keep kicking and finish the race. Simple as that. Cross Tasman, I thought it was a good ride early. He actually got him into a decent spot from that wide draw, but gee, that 6 to 400, he just had to get going. I don't know what he was waiting for, Zach Lloyd, but he's run out of time. Simple as that. And the horse should have probably got there. Helsing, a good effort in third.
And 11 rides up in 4th position behind Jamboree, winning the 5th of 10 today from Randwick on Apollo Stakes Day. We're up to race number 5 from Eagle Farm, a 3-year-old race at the 1200 metres. And Dragon Rouge, Joycey, is back in grade as your top pick and likes to sting out of the track as well.
Yes, Marto, that she does, and she is definitely taking a big drop back in grade here off the Nudgy and the Magic Millions Guineas last 2 runs this preparation. So she's cherry ripe to hit her best. Third up off a spell, back to this sort of grade today. Ben Thompson rides only 55.5 kilos, and I think she's the best horse in the race, so happy to put her on top. Obviously, there's plenty of money around for Mrs. Goldberg, which caused an upset win at the Sunshine Coast last start, and does look the obvious leader here today.
And then there's also support for Brutal Miss, who's your 4th pick. Made a real statement on debut at the Gold Coast, and was heavily backed and never entered the Sunshine Coast last time out. Played with the tab fixed $7 into $4.60. It's in your mix.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because she looked so good on debut at the Gold Coast, and then at the Sunny Coast they jumped out of trees. They were all over her, but she got a long way back, and with the 50.5 kilos, she just never picked up. And Mrs. Goldberg sort of did it tough at both ends and managed to beat her and beat her convincingly. There was 6 lengths between them, so I don't know what to make of her now. I sort of threw her in for 4th just because I was so unsure about her. Obviously, that racing pattern or racing style, it's going to make it tough for her to sort of win races on the bounce, and she's sort of stepping right up in grade, isn't she? So not sure what to do with her. I'd rather be with Mrs. Goldberg, and I think, she just makes her own luck up on speed, so I'll put her in for 2nd.
There's your top pick, Dragon Rouge, $2.60 out to $3.30 with tab, and joined by Mrs. $3.80 into $3.30, and as we've touched on, is best back to roll both in a lively trade with the tab from this morning to now. Late with the bookies, Dragon Rouge is $2.70 out to $3.20. Miss Goldberg is $3.60 into $3.30, and Brutal Miss $7.50 into $4.60. Best back everywhere to roll both. For those after one at longer odds, the Pool Boy for Mark Duplessis. It's source number 10. It's 12 out to 13, back into $11. Winning at Ballina 2 starts back. What do you make of it, Joycey?
Yeah, very unorthodox, Marto, stepping out to a mile and then dropping straight back to 1200. Not something I love to see. He's down in the weights, and that win at Ballina was a hard-fought victory, but it was only a Ballina Class 2. So I couldn't find him. Obviously, he's got the 52 kilos, but so does Mrs. Goldberg, and I just don't think there's enough there to sort of go the Pool Boy's way.
Dragon Rouge is your top pick. Gets a little gear ticket. The pre-race earmuffs, as you can see, are on for the first time today. She's a listed winner.
Well, she won a listed race here at Eagle Farm over this distance, and it was on a soft 7, so that was the Callaway Gal. So I sort of used that reference today when you're trying to line up horses without a lot of wet track experience, and she's ticked that box. She's ticked the Eagle Farm box, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Marto. Look at what she's running. She's running the listed Nudgy, and then she's running the $3 million Magic Millions Guineas, so she looks beautifully placed here today.
Mrs. Goldberg, best back to beat it. The winner of starts. We're edging towards the start of the quarter. Quaddy today at Eagle Farm starts with the 7th, and there's a tab special on screen. Scan that QR code on screen, and all of Joyce's numbers will go into the bet slip. You get a 25% boost in bonus bets if you get it, and are you confident that you will, Joyce?
A funny one, Marto, because they wanted these numbers yesterday, and with the wet track I thought, well, I'll throw a few in there because you know what's going to happen. There'll be a few scratchings and you'll end up down to a more realistic figure. But of course, what happened? Not one scratching in the last 4 races out my numbers. So we've got a bumper quadding today. So just if you take it, we're hoping to get a couple of roughings in and get a big dividend for a small percentage. That's the strategy today. We should get there, Marto. We just got to hope the dividend's good at the end of it.
You're on topper in the 5th on screen. Dragon Rouge got right back in both the runs this campaign, back to 1200. Will obviously settle closer today because it's a field of just 7.
Yeah, exactly. I think she'll settle a lot closer to them today. You know, she drew 13 of 13 first up in the Nudgy, so she had to go back in the Magic Millions Guineas and just found herself sort of spat out the back. But Ben Thompson, he rides his track super, and he'll be positive, I expect, on her today. Have it maybe 4th, 5th. Just stalking these leaders and not letting Mrs. Goldberg get too far along in front. I think horses like a Kidner will put a bit of pressure on, and maybe Herman Set as well goes forward. So hopefully just enough pressure to give Dragon Rouge that lovely card into the race.
Get to Mitch ahead of the 5th.
I feel this is a very competitive race, Marto, the punters. We've got a $3.20 favourite and a $12 outsider in this field of 7. It's a misty, scattered shower passing over Eagle Farm. There's not much in it, but it's just nuisance value, really. As the Kinder comes up into the stalls, the Pool Boy has had a speck or two. One of the double-figure runners in the race as Herman said comes up. Dragon Rouge about to get ready. Hopefully you can see them start off what we've seen so far in her 2 starts. Up to 1200 today. Light on. Set to run. And they're racing now, and she was straight out the back, Brutal Miss with the Pool Boy. Blitzberg left quickly today, joined up on the outside by Mrs. Goldberg. Herman Said's going to drop in for the trail third, then Echidna, Dragon Rouge fifth. Further back to the Pool Boy, and last is Brutal Miss. Blitzberg in front this afternoon at the 800 metres mark. Leads by neck to Mrs. Goldberg, who keeps him honest. A length away to Echidna in third, and Herman Said is fourth. 2 back to Dragon Rouge, the Pool Boy. And last is Brutal Miss, about 5 to 6 off the leader. 600 metres left to run. Blitzberg leading by a long neck. Prior to the home turn from Mrs. Goldberg. Herman Said about to peel out 3 wide. Then Echidna. Dragon Rouge, one of the widest. Then the Pool Boy. And Brutal Miss is still last. Blitzberg at the 300 metres mark. Leads by 3 parts of a length to Mrs. Goldberg under pressure. Herman Said next. Taking a while to wind up. The Pool Boy starting to come. Then Echidna. Blitzberg at the 100 metres mark. Tackled by the Pool Boy. Then follow Mrs. Goldberg. The Pool Boys found the right lane late. And the Pool Boys won it. Beat Mrs. Goldberg and Blitzberg. Fourth in Echidna. Then Herman Said. And Dragon Rouge and Brutal Miss are the last two to cross the line. And they just never came on.
We talked about it previous to the starts, Joyce.
Conditions, and lovely ride there by Mark Duplessis to slice through the ruck, and I think we've seen that through those first 5 races now, Mark, haven't we? Slicing through the ruck rather than getting to the outside. Every disappointing favourite has peeled deep on the turn and pretty much hit the brick wall at about the 200, so I would suggest you'd want to be closer to the fence than further away from it.
And the Pool Boy does the job in race number 5, and it's 10, 8, 2 and 4. Home Tote UTAB, it pays $9.70 and $3.80, $2 for the runner-up. And there's no third for Blitzberg. 5 down, 5 races to come today from Brisbane. Race number 6 from Flemington is the B Captivated Trophy, and we're racing here at the 2,500 metres. And go to your sighting here with St George, and this Grey Imports really found the mojo this campaign.
Yeah, look, he has. I think he's certainly short enough in the market, but he's racing really well. He's carrying weight. Good, tough effort latest. Wasn't the win of the year, but he carried weight. I think the win had merit. His run prior to that was dominant. When Barclay Sweat beat him in the Bellero Cup, it was too wet, and he was ridden upside down anyway, so happy to forgive that one. Barclay Sweat does look a danger. Did a terrific job last time, making sustaining a long, wide run. If there was a bit of rain about it, he'd probably be top here, but a good 4 year. Look, he's okay on dry. His legs better wet. It's a 61.5. It was more the query for me. Jenny's Meadow, all the form ties in. She's run okay, has run okay in the Queensland Oaks. The 2200, she hasn't seen further. And Scary, the 4. No surprise, big money for this. He has 4 kilos on Jenny's Meadow. And he gets out to a staying trip, he'd be fitter. And they haven't missed
Stretch, I like 349 and
favourite, 260 into 225. And as he touched on, Scary, best factor beater with the tab fix, $8.50 into $6. Of course, Scary is Group 1 place in the 2024 Victorian Derby, second to Gold Rush Guru.
Yeah, he was. I thought his run last was a sneaky gem of a run. He went forward a long way out against the tempo. He was beaten off when the sprint came on, but then he was coming again through the line. And what does it tell you? Well, he needs further. He gets that. He was only 3 lengths off Jenny's Meadow. I referenced that, the 4 kilo swing. So I thought he was the value improver here at the earlier price.
Late with the bookies, St George 250 into 225 and Scary 750 into $6. It's been a nibble off a drift for Newfoundland, number 3, 7 out to 950, back into $8.50. And Newfoundland, good strong winner in Sydney last time out, has won third up before as well.
Yeah, look, it was a good tough effort. I think McLaren was 400 goes up a kilo off that. He was only second up in a month between runs, so you can certainly make a case for him.
Well, Paul is in operation later in the day at Flemington, and the quaddie is the race to follow. So inflated pools with any number of countries joining the world pool and the Australian totes. So you might want to have a trifecta on the Lightning Stakes. Scan that QR code, and if you get the cash there, 25% boost in bonus bets there, Joycey. Gator, I've done it again, sorry.
The better the day's long, I feel for you. I don't know how you do it with it. It's like playing juggling scrabble in there. Look, I've just gone with the 4 horses in the big one, the Group 1. I think they're the only key hopes, and have a bit of fun with the trifecta, and certainly a quaddie. They wouldn't stay without the Smarto.
St George is your top pick here, $26 for the TAB Australian Cup and the Tancred Stakes, and also the Sydney Cup.
Yeah, I wonder what the target is. The Sydney Cup, 3,200 might be a little unbossed, and it might be a query. Tancred, Wait for Age, Some Hope, and Australian Cup back in Triple. He's competitive in all of those, I imagine.
He's Matt.
The plus half posted for that runner. Steel runs second up. Is it a run too soon at 2,500 metres? Time will tell as they get set well. Now, Little Stylish Secret is about to come along, with also Dictionary, and Paradise Storm will be the final one. The Be Captivated Trophy, staying contest of the day, is Paradise Storm. Harry Coffey is brought forward. Starts the 200 metres down to the post in 1 lap of famous Flemington. Set now, and they're racing. St George away with them, Dictionary out well, with also Jenny's Meadow over towards the far side. Out deeper on the course, Steel Run is pushing up, having a little look for the lead with St George and Stylish Secret. So 5 across the track as they charge past the post out of the straight, 22.50 out. Scary is going to lead Jenny's Meadow, St George 3 wide on the opening bend. Garachico on the fence behind them. Now Steel Run's 3 and 4 deep, and Stylish Secret out wider is also forcing up. Steel Run's happy to follow Stylish Secret around them. Garachico pinned away on the inside with Newfoundland. Dictionary on a limb has to snag back, and then towards the end of the field is Paradise Storm as they reach the 1,800 metres, and back with those Barclay Square. St George led, Stylish Secret sits outside, 1,700 out. St George followed by Stylish Secret, and they got away about 4 lengths in front of Steel Run, and then came Scary, who's going to tuck away 4 from the rails. 1.5 lengths to Jenny's Meadow, Garachico, a gap Newfoundland, Barclay Square. Paradise Storm is second last, and Dictionary at the end. 1,400 to go, and it's the grey St George, the informed grey, by a length to Stylish Secret second. About 3 further back is Steel Run third, 3/4 of a length away Scary. They were followed by Jenny's Meadow. Next in the field is Garachico from Newfoundland. Barclay Square is third last, then Paradise Storm and Dictionary is at the tail of the field. Past Chiquita Lodge, 1,100 metres to go. And it's St George looking for 3 on the bounce in front of Little Stylish Secret. David and Goliath at the 1,000. 2 lengths away to Steel Run, who's getting a lovely run. Third outside of Scary. A couple of lengths to Jenny's Meadow, Garachico, and then came Newfoundland. About 1 3/4 lengths Barclay Square, Paradise Storm and Dictionary brought up the rear. Approaching the corner, 700 metres to go. It is St George from Stylish Secret. Scary is right behind them. Jock's trying to think about a move off the rail. Steel Run 3 deep. Around the outside, Jenny's Meadow, Newfoundland. Garachico behind those, followed by Barclay Square, who's trying to stoke into it. Paradise Storm still a long way back. St George at the 400 metres. Stylish Secret still runs there on the outside, hanging tough, presenting. They were followed by Jenny's Meadow, Barclay Square and Garachico. A few hopes. St George reached the 250 under siege, and it's very wayward. Steel Run's just about in front, and Barclay Square the outside. Barclay Square joining in. A wall across the track, Garachico late. Barclay Square in front, and Barclay Square beat Garachico. Third Steel Run and fourth St George. They were followed by Dictionary, Jenny's Meadow, Paradise Storm. Stylish Secret got tired, a gap to Newfoundland, and the long last was Scary.
Behind Barclay Square over the top for Luke Nolan to pay $11 range across the totes. Career win 10. He's been a very good horse, Barclay Square. Still is as a 6-year-old gator.
They actually sabotaged this horse. They actually sabotaged that horse. Anyway, I did not have a clear go on any of those. Eight has been scratched. 5, 6, 2, 1. So that 5 is the favorite. It's a 1400 meter. It'll have problems. It is the same thing. I don't have a clarity. I don't know when it'll kick in, when it'll not. It's an open race and probably a group 3. Let me check. No, listed race. So listed race, difficult. This I mean, until and unless I have a clarity on this, it is very difficult for me to comment what will happen with 5. The 5 is a good horse, there is no doubt with that. Okay, but the problem is the difficulty is more than the capability. Here it delivered. Okay, the 4 delivered. If we try to do a little understanding, the difficulty was lesser than this. Here that happened, it was 48 here, it was 75, 72, almost borderline. So that happened. So but does that give me any comfort zone here on the 5? No, it doesn't. It's 38, 42. Ideally, if I compare with these horses, what happened here, it should win. Okay, if I compare with those, then it should win. But will it win? I don't know. We need a much deeper understanding of what this is. This is the... So I don't know whether that will happen. But apparently that's what the linear is, and that is what the pressure stands. The problem is jockey alignment, which is there definitely. The 2, which is a 5-year-old gelding, is much higher class. This is a much higher class. I understand this is on pace, but all these horses are there to nail it down. So again, I don't have a clarity on this. I don't know whether the 5 will win. I would have gone with this if there was no negative marking, but it looks like each and every race we have a negative marking because we developed that and we don't have an answer to that yet. Maybe after today we will have certain understanding of what's going on, but at this point of time I have no understanding, and it is futile to talk about it. It is so what happened here, if we look at this was -8. Here the leverage was 24. It went through. Okay, we've seen how it went through. It had the physics and everything, though it was not necessary, but it just went through. Here it was borderline there, 48, 0. That became second. This is 72 by 75. But where else the load is getting negotiated, I don't know. So I kind of not in a position to talk about it. Here the 6 failed, which was a benchmark 78. I thought maybe, but it failed. Here it was 35, 40. So that did not work. Here the indications are on this that the 5 will win. Why? This is less, this is high. So the indications are like that, but that's not the only problem. The problem is also the jock. So we'll see how that works. I don't know whether it'll win. I'm not going to get into it. That 9 is a check. Check 6. Absolutely gatekeeper. 6. So the problem is the 6 is going to talk to 4. All right. These are all problems. Okay. The 6 is good. What you're talking, the 6 is good, but the 4 is a higher class. Okay. If you look at the endpoint transition, so this is on the 4th line, this is on the 2nd line. They all end up at the same juncture, but the problem is for this it is a lower pressure. For this it becomes a linear. So how things are stretched, I mean, if you look at how, so they are all going to be covering the same distance. They have different gates. They have weights that they're carrying, and we are measuring through the DICR what is the prescription on that weight. And prescription is in like what the state advises, what is the class advice. The state has an advice, the class has an advice. The state, as in like Victoria, says there's a standardized method of doing this, so we are standardizing here with the state, and we are standardizing here with the class. So the higher it is, that's the higher class. Okay, then it is that, then it is this, then it is this. So when we talk about the 6, the 6 comes 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 5th class. Okay, problem is that the 6 will have the 4 to talk to, which is a higher class. Okay, they are nailing somewhat the same thing. This is on the 4th line, this is on the 2nd line. So the 4 is essentially a better horse than the 6, but the data says that when the 4 is up here, whenever the drift is up here, they will fail. Okay, like here this genius was up here, the 4. That's exactly why I did not have a clear go on any of these. Okay, that is exactly why I did not have a clear go on any of these. The 1, I will never go with a neutral. Doesn't matter how does it look, but if you look at what was happening here, this genius was sitting up here. He will fail from here. Every time he is sitting here, he fails. So your window is this, that the 6 might get through, because the logic plays that the 4 will fail from there. So your 6 has a chance of getting in, but that is purely going to be coincidental. That coincidentally 4 is sitting there, 4 will fail from there, and the 6 is sitting here, which is a second linear, will win from here. Now the problem with 6 is this, we are losing some data. Let's assume that the data is irrelevant at this point of time, that it has the physics this side, which I don't have, but let's say it has the physics this side. If it has, then it has substantial chances. For 5 is a good horse. Okay, 5 is a favorite because of a reason, but the favorite also comes at a cost that I am still not in a position to understand if that cost can be negotiated, and negotiated with what? With the pressure, with the leverage, with the jockey comp. It can be negotiated where? It definitely got negotiated here. Okay, the jockey was a misalignment, but the 4 went through, but that was a 1200 meter, which was the straight. The straight has a very different logic that it plays. It is a very treacherous track. It is, and I had a feeling that this thing is going to go on pressure play, because they were constantly playing low pressure on the 1100 and the 1200 on the straight. So this was a googly. This was bound to go wrong from all angles. The top 4 horses had issues. Here I don't know how the 5 is. I mean, looking at this one, I want to believe that the 5 will win. Okay, that's my inner feeling. I would be very happy if that happens, because it will reduce the workload on me, and I will be able to figure out, okay, it is talking to the leverage. All right, This thing is talking to the leverage. If this is right and it spoke to the leverage was higher and the struggle was less, it went through. We all have seen how it went through. Here also they were on the borderline. Okay, this was 75, 72, it went through. 48, 48, it came in second. But where else it is getting negotiated, I still have no clue. We'll have to figure that thing out. This thing took me 2 years to come here. If I say something, I mean, I want to believe this is negative 38, this is 42, this is still higher. So I want to believe that the 5 will go through. But will it actually go through? Because it is standing on the fourth line. So that's not the only problem. The problem is here, I don't know where it is going to get knocked out. And then if I'm looking at a logic, if that, I mean, just one logic is not playing. There are freaking 55 logics out here. And probably 1000 behind this. So I don't know. You're talking about the 6 will be talking to the 4. If the 4 fails, which logically it should fail from there, then the 6 has a chance. But in the entirety of it, there are quite a few things that might go wrong. The 2 is there, the 9 is there, and I'm hoping that the 4 will fail from there because they generally do. But those are numbers which are there. Adam man, 5 is a rat, 6 wins. 5 is a rat. It has issues. I don't know whether it is a rat. It has issues here. Okay, it is on the fourth line. It is facing problem. It doesn't have a jock. So those things are there. 2 definitely with that is a low pressure. Now, I mean, if that wins, because that's one of the highest class with one of the lowest pressure, then it wins. It is not rocket science to figure out why it will win. It is with the numbers that we have on 2, it is not a rocket science to believe that the 2 is in a position to win. But the question is whether the 5 will fail. So they are going to do again that, that rally of those races here where the low pressures were winning. All right, that rally is going to start again, and then finally they will give another power play here, probably on the 8th one, which is 1000 meter. Here it is a low pressure game. Let me just check. I think it is a low pressure. 30, 28. It's neck to neck. I think it will go low. Sad and lazy. PC, you were supposed to get a gun. Did you get that? You were supposed to get a gun last year. Yeah, they I don't know, this How will we work with this? What is Arman says Sabaj 5 high pressure. Why favorite first up rail draw? And oh, this is Sabaj has disappointed a lot of times. Sabaj is a great horse, by the way, and I did back it up last year. I remember Sabaj is a fantastic horse, but it is not easy for Sabaj. Sabaj is a fantastic. I don't remember when, I don't remember where, but I do remember the name Sabaj. I backed it for the first time, and then the second time I did not back it. It did not look right. It did not look right. Must be one of the Flemington races. You're right. 6 wins. Araman says 6 wins, which is 6. 6. Yes, 6 maybe, but I don't know. I have lots of data here, so I kind of in a position where I don't know. But looking at the fact that these are 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 6-year-old, and then you have these 5-year-olds from the inner gates, like the 1 and the 9, which are from the inner gate with a low pressure. That does not give a lot of comfort. That does not give a lot of comfort. The 6 is good. It's not bad, okay? But it is steady on the 4th line. Then you have this one in that case to talk to. Then you have the 4 to talk to. But the 4 invariably they fail from here. Okay. That was my take here, that they will fail. 4. The 4 goes out. 2 was a linear, goes out. 3 I did not have faith because that's 7-year-old. 9, which was falling here, was a challenger. Nothing was adding up. Here it is also the same thing. It's not adding up.
$11 into $9.50. The one that you put in as a roughie, Joycey, is $21 into $12. Other one I like is number 11, also comes through Japanese form, 26 to 31 into $17 for
it's studied by these scientists.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Paradox, as usual, was 200 to 1, and Cody was 100 to 1 when I started in that Japanese race, and they're the two they've found at really big odds. So it was interesting that
I'm not doubting myself. I am just not prepared. When I have a clear say, I always say. When I have a clear say, I always make sure that I express myself. Here, that was my expression. I did not like any of them. None of them won. That's my take. Here, I don't like anything. I don't know what to talk about. It is not doubting myself. It is doubting it is the structure of the race where I do not have confidence. It's not me having doubt on myself. My confidence is this, that I do not want to get into a kind of a situation that backfires. I will not get into that. It's not adding up, Atoman. That's what I'm saying. If it had a little bit of confidence somewhere in it, if it had a little bit of merit, then maybe yes. But it doesn't have. On the contrary, it is threatening because these are 6-year-olds which are there with the pressure line, and the 5-year-olds are on the leverage line. The advantage line. Things can go wrong. Elon said so.
Stand by, end the racing now. And inside, bounced out well with Madame Cody and Marcelo. Coulatar Queen is going to lob fourth just off that leading trio. Valerie's next, then Tacitly. Further back to Paradise as usual. Japanese, he's gone back to second last, over racing early. Curathea up on its outside as last of all. North Pole, 1,400 metres left to run. Allowed to slide today and lead by 3 lengths now. Madame Cody in second, 2.5 away. Marcelo in third. And Coulatar Queen, nice and prominent, fourth the inside. 2 back next to Valerie, midfield 1 off, 1 length away, Tacitly, Paradise as usual, then followed by Japanese. He looks to have settled a bit better now with that good tempo up front, and 1 length away, Curathea last of all, the best part of 12 off the leader. 1,000. North Pole is going to make this a staying test. 4.5 clear from Madame Cody and
You're right, PC.
Marcelo in third, 1.5 to Coolatar
You're right.
Queen, then Valerie. Next, the inside is Tacitly, Paradise as usual. Japanese, he's still.
I mean, to be honest, if I find a little light, I chase. But when I don't, it's like that. It's just me, PC. You know me. You've known me for the last 2 years.
Next is Tacitly, Paradise as usual. Japanese, he's still second last with Curathea. North Pole at the 350. Quickly back to them. Madame Cody the first to present. Coulatar Queen. Tacitly went back to the far side. It's North Pole still hanging in here. Madame Cody's not there yet. Tacitly, Coulatar Queen. North Pole, 50 metres left to run. Madame Cody trying to run. Off the way. North Pole beat Madame Cody. Paradise as usual, running up the third from Tacitly. Further back, Curathea, Japanese, Coulatar Queen, Valerie and Marcelo.
North Pole goes all the way, Joycey. Pays the 2 range across the totes.
Yeah, well rated Jasper Franklin. He wasn't
Tough
scared to
win,
roll
yes.
early and made the others run the 1,800 out. That was the crew with North Pole, but he proved he could do it, the son of Fana, and he was too strong for the well-backed Madame Cody and the other well-backed Ruffy. Paradise as usual got going late for third, Tacitly back in fourth, given every possible chance today. So North Pole, too good. The Japanese, he fought.
Lewis,
Big swing at the weights in his favour today.
welcome back, Lewis.
11 and 10, 4. Run 4, 6 races down, 4 races down.
No, there is a way. I mean, this is how I used to play back in time.
Flemington, this is
what I used to do. So the 5 is the favorite. You keep the favorite in between. I like the 9, which goes as a coffee. And then this one is definitely a queen. So whether 5-2 happens or 2-5 happens, that's there. 9 stays as a coffee. And you take a long shot, which is whatever you like. So this is what I used to do at one point of time. You put in, you put the 5 in the middle, then you put 2. That's when we had tote in my country. Right now I don't have tote. 2, 5, 2, 5. Then you take 6, 88, 89. So 4. 4 and coffee is 9. Let's see what we get. I'm not in there though.
Cafe Millennium, the one you're most worried about, is best back to beat it, and it's $5 into $4.20. Matcha Latte is 4 this morning, $3.90 to $4.40 very late. And Suto 9 this morning, 10 into.
This is how I used to play a long time ago.
Start time. That's the town road over to the book.
1 year ago, probably 1-2 years ago. This is something that I used to do. This is a buyout.
Cafe Millennium.
This is a 4-horse buyout on tote. You will get a queen here or there. You will get, or you will get the coffee. But then I looked at PC, and then I looked at the rest of the friends who are here, and I said, no, I will not play that. That is not just.
it clearly has a case.
Aztec Ruler 13.15 into $12 spec, and She Light 17 into 14 is horse number 9. It's had a couple of crammed and jump outs, one of the most recent as he returns.
Yeah, look, he said.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but my current situation doesn't allow me to put my jewels on the table, PC. My jewels along with me is going to be behind the bars.
Savage. From a futures viewpoint, $15 for the Doncaster, $26 for the All-Star Mile, and the 10 Australian Cup to name 3 races is futures trader in, Savage.
Yeah, I wonder what the target is. Obviously, they targeted the England last prep to get that.
Yeah, that's what I did. You see this?
I think he's
This is how I used to play. You should remember. You've been there.
handicaps.
That's the only way to approach this. I don't have any other way. I don't know.
Side to launch off the Black Caviar Lightning Stakes Day main quaddy with Matt.
It's either a 2-5 queen or a 5-4 queen. If nothing, yes, that's the problem, PC.
Back and away. Birdman missed the kick. She Light the best to bounce out. Led early from the outside. Aaron Bay as Tech Ruler lobs behind him with Savage using that inside draw. Machelate improving out deeper, and they're a gap. Birdman, Cafe Millennium last in Shuto. She Light led, but it's got company. Aaron Bay and Machelate wants a piece of the action 3 wide. They kick 3 lengths clear then of Savage and Aztec. Back Birdman, Cafe Millennium. And last in Shuto. So She Light being matched here by Machelate as they reach the 800 marker. Aaron Bay is going to get the drop on those, and Savage a length away 4th on the rails, 3 off the lead. Then Aztec Ruler, Cafe Millennium, they slow it up before the corner. Birdman next, and then in Shuto. She Light led Machelate, a length Aaron Bay. Savage 4th the paint. Cafe Millennium the first 3 horses wide. Then Aztec Ruler underneath a bit from Birdman and in Shuto. Around the corner, 450 to go. She Light in front by a length and a half, Machelate. They were followed by Savage, who's extricating away from the rails. Aaron Bay flat to the board, struggling. Cafe Millennium down the outside, and Birdman running up behind them. She Light, 200 metres to go, full bore, led by a length, but here comes Cafe Millennium. Savage is in tight room. Machelate's lifting. Cafe Millennium went to the front near the post from Savage. Cafe Millennium beats Savage. 3rd in Shuto. Birdman behind them, then She Light, Machelate in a bunch to go. And out to Aaron Bay.
2-5. You see, 2 and 5. You will get the queen in this. If you play this, you will get the queen. Boom!
Looks like 7 will wind up 3rd. Shuto over on the outside.
I don't know if we got the 9, but
Well, Cafe won on this day in 2023. Piero.
this is how I played the entire first year of streaming. This is how I played.
Grade, Yoda.
2 and 5. But that's not a play, PC. This is, you are right. Too many numbers. That's not a play.
He's been a trial star last few trips. That was the case again into this campaign.
So 2 and 5, that was not a play. If this wins, let's say if this wins, this is not a rocket science to believe that this will win. This is a higher class with a lower pressure. This will win. It has problems. Jockeys, pressure, God knows what other problems are there. Anyway, that happened. 2-5. The 5 actually was a rat. I know, PC. That is, you changed me, PC. The credit goes to you. Right now, you are what you're saying is right. But if you go back in time, when I used to play like that, that was an insult, Why? Because you were working so hard to get the winner. And I, on the other hand, because I had the tote, I used to play 4 horses. Yeah, I had. I put in the numbers. If you want to check, I just deleted. But if you want to check, just go back and see what I had. I had 2, 5, and the 9 was the coffee. which I put in as coffee, and the 4 was there. So I put in 2, 5, 4. 5 was in the middle, 2, 5, and then as coffee I had 9. Yeah, but I mean it's not put in like that. So that's why I deleted. But it is because of you, PC. We've had a lot of conversations on this, and it is because of this. When I used to see you, then John, then Jerry, if you remember at that point of time, you were going with 1 horse and I was going with 4 horses, and I was constantly hitting the queens and the trifactors. There are multiple videos of that, me doing trifactors and quinellas. Yes, that is the hard work, PC. But you see, that's not the problem. The problem is not the 2. My question is not whether 2 will win. 2 has, if 2 doesn't win, then it is a question. But the question is whether 5 will win or not. And I'm trying to structure this. That's why I'm saying that I do not have an answer on 5, that I don't know whether the 5 will win. I don't know if I'm able to explain what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I do not have an answer on this. And along with this, I also have this to deal with and this to deal with. So even if it loses, I don't know why it will lose. It will lose for this, this, or this. 2 winning is no rocket science. That is exactly the language that I said, that 2 winning is no rocket science. It will go low, because if you look at how the structure is, it will go low. This genius is going to fail from here. This genius is going to fail from here. It's a low, but it will fail. So 5 has issues. 2 is the higher class with a low pressure. It will win. But that's not the confusion. The confusion is whether 5 will win or not. I am trying to make this a kind of a thing where you do not have to go to Elon, PC. I am trying to build this so that you do not have to go to Elon, or any of us has to go to Elon. We can figure this thing out here. And for that, I need answers. PC got it. Yeah, but you can still see it if you go back and play it again. Me deleting doesn't get that thing deleted. You just have to go back and see. It'll be there. It's getting recorded. Everything you and I are talking, everything I am doing, everything is recorded. It doesn't help me because I have not placed the bet. Anyway, so this is 8. 4172 10 tires. Four one seven two. So now look at this, okay? If you look closely what is happening, so where are the challenges? The challenge is 6 for 10 tires, okay? For 10 tires, which is the favorite, the challenge is 6, which is the linear. This is the second linear, which is 2, which is a 7-year-old. That is not over 1,000 meters. That's not the right match. It might be the highest class, one of the highest class on a pressure model. That is not the right fit, okay? Plus it doesn't have the form line, so the 2 is out. The actual threat is the 6, okay? The actual threat is the 6. Now the 6 is in a kind of a situation which is a challenger, all right? It has beautiful numbers. This becomes 177, which is like I don't know if I've seen those numbers, but they always failed, okay? It doesn't work. That's at 158, 51, a higher leverage than Tentyrus. That means it's a good horse, but it is under tremendous pressure. That will not happen. I don't think that will happen. The one which is there is not on form line. So 4 has a clear go on this. Tentyrus has a clear go. Okay. Tentyrus has a clear go. Now where it might backfire? It has a clear go. The 6 cannot beat it. The 6 is not there even within the odds. The 6 cannot beat it. It's a challenger. The pressure is higher than this. It will not work. The 2, which is there, that's a 7-year-old gelding. That will not work. 6 was the actual threat. Now, 1 Giga Kick. Giga Kick is looking like that, okay? But if you look at the arrangement, Giga Kick has a better arrangement. This is 32. So here, this is exactly what I was trying to mention, that the leverage is 42. This has the arrangement. Like here, it had the arrangement and it won. But here, that's not the only problem. The problem is here and here as well. Okay. Now about Giga Kick has the arrangement, okay, but the problem lies here. Giga Kick is not in a great position, especially competing with a 3-year-old, which is half of its age on 1,000 meter. It's not in its greatest position. Mathematically, if you look at these two horses, okay. This is negative 25, 32. This is still better. Giga Kick is in a better, arithmetically it is in a better position. But practically, this. Why? Because the Giga Kick is missing here. 6 is a challenger with a very high pressure. That will not work. This one is a 7-year-old with that kind of a thing, will not work. Now, where it might go wrong? It might go wrong here. It's 1,000 meter. Those are the 2 lowest pressure. Now, do I have the nerve to go with any of these? If I put on those numbers, do you think that, you know, that is something will make sense? Those are the 2 low pressure horses. One of them is one of the highest classes, which is higher than Tentyrus. But it's a 6-year-old mare over 1,000 meter. Look at the pressure line. Look at the pressure line for 8. If that kicks in, Tentyrus is upside down. So far, that is exactly what is happening, right? The low pressure. If the low pressure kicks in, then Tentyrus is upside down. But Tentyrus has the arrangement. So it's a decision that one has to make. I think I like 10 tires. So let's understand what's happening. 8 probably will not get there. It's a challenger not in a right shape. This one is a 6-year-old mare. I don't think that will happen. 7 that they're talking about has physics. It's not required, but let's say there's a jockey misalignment, and that is still on the first line. This is on the third line. So anyway, the second line, which is here, these two horses are neck to neck. All right, 6 and 4. 6 cannot beat 10 tires. 6 will not be able to beat 10 tires. I don't think so that is happening. But can it get a place? Yes, it can get a place. Now the question is whether 10 tires will deliver. That is very strong. You know, the moment it goes below 200, that's very strong. That doesn't work. It fails. It will collapse the horse. So it will play high pressure, low pressure. So one of the high pressure, low pressure will come. So that is here 19.5. Still on the fourth line. So this is there, which is a challenger. Even if it rises, so these are not in a position, all right? The 3 and 8 are not in a position. But the 5 is in a position to get to the second position. Because of this is not working, this is dropping, and a higher pressure. This is in between a low pressure. So that 5 is a check. The 4 is from gate number 7. If that wins with the pressure, which it should, then it will drop. I am hoping it will not drop here. It will probably drop here. And then it will rise. And then probably it will rise to a class. This is in a bad position, 7-year-old. This is the right one, probably. Four, 5, 1, I think. We'll see how that works.
In this race, and he's been trialling well. He can get a bit keen, so in the small field, if they jack it up mid-race, that's the concern with him. But if it all goes right, the market's suggesting he is the one to beat. 4 Lady Shenandoah, she's very good horse on her day too. Should have won first up last prep, had no luck behind Headball in an easier race, but we know she's close enough to this level and she could take that next step now. And 5 Cabalas, well, prove a little mini upset as well. He's the one with more race fitness. Sure, he hasn't got the runs on the board like the others, but he brings a big last star rating. He trialled the house down, albeit against very little opposition recently. And he's going to give a good sight here as well. So, look, I found it a tough race to assess with the 3 main hopes from the same stable, Mardo, but I'll go with Jolly Star.
Let's have a look at what's happening very late in the grade with the bookmakers. leaders. Angel Capital, $2.90 into $2.50 now. Jolly Star, $2.70 into $2.60. Cabalas, $5.50 and solid. Lady Shenandoah, 5 out to 6. Coal Crusher, 19 to 26. And Hubert Roo, 101 out to $201. Angel Capital unbeaten, fresh 4 from 4. Was dominant first up last preparation. Mooney Valley went on stable debut for Chris Waller. Of course, it started with Clinton McDonald.
Yeah, had another prep with Chris now, and was very impressive there first up last prep. Beat very little though. I will concede. I think this is well below what he faces today, but his run in the Rupert Clark, he should have won that. They Group 1 level and then ran 6th, and then Everest ran on really well. So he's just got to do everything right. He's got to harness that energy because he can over-race this horse.
Jolly Star, as I touched on, a triple Group 1 winner in the Futures Trade. Canterbury Stakes favourite at $2.80, $6 for the Futurity next week, $8 for the William, $8 for the All Age, and $11 William Reid and TJ Smith. All those markets in full swing, Davo.
Yeah, plenty of options for her. She's got to come back and get the job done here. And I'd love to see her develop that bit of consistency in her racing because she goes like a rocket and then she's a bit flat, goes like a rocket. So it's hard to catch her sometimes.
Very good horses have won this over the years, including Trapeze, Artist, Lonro, Tie the Knot, Saintly, At Sea, Sedapa, Kingston Town, Luskin Star. Expressway Stakes of 2026 getting set with Darren.
Red light on now. Ready for the Expressway Stakes. Stand by. Angel Capital, post-time favourite. 10 cents in front of Jolly Star. Angel Capital made a lunge at the gates and they've taken the red light off. Angel Capital just fractious in the gates, lunge forward. So they're going to have a quick inspection here of the post-time favourite Angel Capital. The spinner of 5 out of 11 making slight contact inside the gates. Just being assessed here, Zach Lloyd's mount. Resuming today. 2 lovely trials. The latest behind Coal Crusher. So just being trotted up here behind the barriers. They're at the 1200 metres. So just a slight hold up here for the Expressway Stakes. Most intriguing edition. Only 6 runners. Hubert Roo going out at massive odds. But Angel Capital, Jolly Star, Lady Shenandoah and Cabalas is capable of anything on his day. Tommy Berry aboard Cabalas. So just waiting on a final decision here on Angel Capital, who's just gone out to 2.70. He's been cleared to run, so Jolly Star's back into favourite. She's priced at 2.60. Great fresh record, Jolly Star. Now a marginal favourite over Angel Capital, who's about to be placed back into the gates. Cabalas is into $4.80. Lady Shenandoah out to $6. Lady Shenandoah. There's the red line.
Why do you make those decisions, Atoman?
Gates are back, they're off. Lady Shenandoah.
Why do you even get involved with those decisions?
Coal Crusher being sent forward. So's Cabalas, Jolly Star, Lady Shenandoah, Hubert Roo. Angel Capital last, immediately going into a wider position. Cabalas will take the front now. Coal Crusher sits up on the outside. Jolly Star takes a sit third on the outside of Lady Shenandoah. Angel Capital's firing up back in the field on the outside of the roughie, Hubert Roo. Cabalas has a clear lead now. Got a length and a half clear from Coal Crusher. 2 lengths further back to Lady Shenandoah on the inside of Jolly Star. Angel Capital's on the bridle now, trucking along. Hubert Roo the inside. Cabalas turns the corner in front. Coal Crusher under plenty of pressure. 2 up the
run.
Shenandoah's hunting the fence hard. Cabalas at the 300, 2 in front, beating off Coal Crusher. Jolly Star starting to meander through. Cabalas is going great guns terrifically at the 200. Jolly Star's getting chased, then Lady Shenandoah. Cabalas is all out now, and Jolly Star powers past. Oh, Jolly Star maintains a brilliant fresh record. Run away from Cabalas and Lady Shenandoah charging home.
Jolly Star, brilliant.
Coal Crusher.
Too good.
Jolly Star overhauls Cabalas and under James McDonald, home for its fifth success first up and pays $2.70 and $1.50, Davo.
Yeah, another lovely ride, wasn't it? Able to get sort of one off the fence in that one out, one back position, and went back to the inside, and she just took a little bit of winding up, but very strong over those concluding stages. Great to see her back. Cabalas gave a big side. He looked like he was going to hold on and just felt the pinch late. Lady Shenandoah, nice return. Well, Angel Capital, small fields.
No, she's not going to win again. Yeah, because she's going to go to a different class.
3, 5, 4 and 1. Quaddy gets underway with Jolly Stars Extraordinary Stakes win at Group 2 grade. The Apollo Stakes also at Group 2 is up next at weight for age at 1400. Autumn Glow is looking to remain undefeated at start number 9. It's Davo's top pick there.
Adam, man, why do you get into those kind of things? PC boom. Why do you even try to get into those kind of things, Adam, man? Lady Shenandoah was good till last year, I think. She's getting old. I don't know how old is she. She's about 6. Should be 6. 5, 6. Maybe 7. I don't know. Snake. Play the snake on the Nokia. I do that. Whenever I have a little time, I play the snake on the Nokia. Yep. My wife gets mad with me, Jimmy, because I still have one of those old Nokia 3310s and I still play the snake on that. I just kept it for the snake. Mine one doesn't make any more sounds, bro. Mine one, the sound is off its pay grade now. It's like 15-year-old, I think. What do I like next? See, I'll tell you what, Dows. The thing is, I am not clear yet. Okay, I'm struggling with this particular section, which I need to get sorted with. All right, until and unless I get sorted with this particular section, I am blurry. So I'll tell you what is going on. Now, if you look at the structure, all right, if you look at the structure, it's a high pressure race. All right, it's a 1,000-meter high pressure race. Now look at the pressure line. So the pressure line is starting from here, then it is going down. Okay. It starts with 6, then 2, then 4, then 1, then 7, and that's how it goes on. 6 is a 3-year-old filly, which is the linear. it's a challenger. All right. If you look at how this thing is, this generally doesn't work until and unless you're talking about, I mean, I think these kind of numbers I have seen back on Lady Shenandoah last year. I've seen that actually worked. And this year, whenever I've seen that kind of a number, that did not work. Okay, that's too much of a pressure, and that's like, you know, it is going to get collapsed. The 6 is going to get collapsed. The 6 is out. The 2, which is the second highest, is the second linear, is a 7-year-old gelding. That's not a match for a 3-year-old colt, a horse like a Tentyrus. That is not a match. Then it falls, and falls where? On a 6-year-old gelding. Is a higher class, but the form line is not great. Then it is here on 7, which is a 3-year-old filly. Now that starts dropping. Okay, the pressure starts dropping. But even then, when the pressure starts dropping, that is a challenger class. It's not the same class as Tentyrus. Now, what can go wrong with Tentyrus? That is what I was trying to explain, PC, here. That 2 winning is not a rocket science. Question is whether 5 will be able to defeat this. Now, here, the support line is on Tentyrus. Okay, the support line is on Tentyrus. It's a huge body weight. This horse is a beast. This horse is a beast. There is nothing doing with this horse. But we still need a concrete answer whether this gets absorbed or not. Here, the 2 was a clean go, all right? Why? Because it's a higher class, low pressure, there is no problem. But in this scenario, you don't have that. In this scenario, you don't have that. The one which is actually there with a low pressure is basically a 6-year-old mare, which is again not a match for Tentyrus. The match is here, okay, that 5, which is a low pressure, same class. Now, if Tentyrus fails, and why would Tentyrus fail? Because he cannot absorb the pressure line. If it fails, then the 5 has a chance. I mean, the 5 is a low pressure anyway. I don't know how the 3 will get placed. It's a 6-year-old mare. But that's what I think. But is that a clear go? No, it is not a clear go. I mean, for me, it is not a clear go. Why? Because I still don't have these answers. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out, how the pressure is getting absorbed. Here it got absorbed. Here it got absorbed. If we look at this, then here also it should have gotten absorbed, but it did not get absorbed. Now the question is, why it did not get absorbed? Is because of this or because of the jockey moron? We have the decision tree, Aroman. We've had it for a very long time. We had the decision tree. I have taken it to the server side because it is making my PC very heavy. But then again, you know, when you talk about decision tree, you basically are trying to put in logics on the basis of yes, no, which is exactly what I am doing. See, what you're talking about decision tree, that is good. But we, on this model, the data is on a regression. So it is the same thing. If you do a little research, you will figure out what I mean, practically we are on an upgraded model. This is decision tree will give you a certain pattern, but when you put things into regression, that gives you direction. Regression will give you a direction. The direction is incomplete right now, I understand that, but yes, this thing has to be worked out. There is no shortcut to it. If I take a shortcut, that will not solve the problem. Five on the last. Five is which one? Five. Yeah, the 5 is not in a winning position, but it's a low pressure. It's a 3-year-old. 6 is probably going to get collapsed. 2 is a 7-year-old. This 7 is a challenger. This is of the same class with a low pressure. That's why I'm saying it is capable of getting into a place if it doesn't get knocked out by the 8, which should not happen because that is in a very bad state. So yes, we'll see if the Tentaris wins. I want the Tentaris to win. It's a very good horse, but the problem is, it's a very good horse when Zahara is on it. No, not exactly, Araban. You have to map it rightly. If I can put this in the right words, you have to map it rightly. So every race will tell you a story, and if you keep building that story, you will have a narrative. That is how each and every system works. Like the prompt you put in on AI. When you're using an AI, you're putting a prompt, right? Now, what is the future of that prompt? In some time, you will not be required to put in the prompt. Not the way that you're putting it now. It'll not be exactly the same. So that's the change. That's the change. Why? Because it will perceive what you're doing and build its own narrative. So in some time, the AI that you're using will know you much better than your parents. And it will build a narrative. That's how systems work.
Well, it must have a case if Tentaris does. She ran second to him in that super fast cornwall. She dropped with Giga Kick. Giga Kick was better at the trials, but they don't play on trials, do they? Barrakill next. I just think he's a length better away from the straight as a rule. What race 4-5-1?
All in operation for the Lightning Stakes. Scan that QR code on screen, and if you get the trifecta, 25% boost in bonus bets, Gator.
416.
Yeah, Baywatch is the one we want in there for a bit of value to run top 3. I think he's there to run a mighty race. And we love the exotics, love the World Cup.
Tentaris Lace with the tab fixed. Well, 240 this morning, late it's 280 back into 260. Giga Kick, 440 this morning, late 320 back out to 350, now 340 once again has been the best back to beat it. from this morning to now. Those top two, the two best back. 90 seconds away. 10 Tyrus late with the bookies. 270, 280 into 260. Giga Kick 340 to $3.50. By Gladiola 7 to 750. Little nibble for Barracuda. Tate 850 into 750. Just goes back out to $8. Two jump outs here and one the most recent. Very lively race, 7-year-old with a great record. Won the Group 1 Moyle last preparation, Barracuda.
Yeah, he certainly did, and how great are those scenes at Flemington. It's taken over Flemington these days, and Barracuda is, look, he's a proper Group 1 horse. Tipped him, I think, in a Darling or the VRC Sprint, champion sprinter that is now.
Let's go Giga. PC's on Giga Kick.
He's strong, well trained, he's finally out of all of the injury worries. So, look, I certainly wouldn't faint his 50.
Those after a real roughie Benedetta.
This is a whirlpool.
$21.
This one is a whirlpool.
One winner in Goodwood in South Australia.
Yeah, she can explode home on her day.
Yeah, because the 4 has probably the 10 Tyrus has a highway. It's a red carpet which is there. Unless it collapses. The question is whether it will collapse.
Yeah, look, he's got a seat at the table. He tempted and a few others who's going to put
The question is whether it will collapse. It has given situation, it has. What?
It's a touchdown. Great Caviar. Caviar won this 3 times. Other great sprinters to win it. Nature Stription, Tackwood, Takeover Target, Farmhead. To Mahogany, Scalacci won it twice, Placid Arc, the list goes on. And another name is about to be added to what is a fantastic honour roll in the Black Caviar Lightning with Matt. Yes, indeed, the Lightning, some of the best horses, sprinters in the world here. A field of 8 with 6 Group 1 winners amongst them. Going up
John,
runners, 10
too.
Tyrus, and that will leave by Gladiola for the running of the Lightning. Patient here in the crowd as My Gladiola is brought forward. Jamie Mott, and the field is locked away. Set her up. They're ready to burn 1,000 metres. Set. Gates crash and they're racing. Bayvark got a little squeeze shortly after the start. Benedetta jumped well with Mahuna. And also towards the outside, Barracuda, showing speed over towards the inside, Military Tycoon. Bayvark is going to lead the field from Military Tycoon, followed by Mahuna, and they were followed next in the field by Benedetta. Giga Kicker sliding forward around those horses. They were followed by Barracuda, My Gladiola, 10 Tyrus last of all, 550 out, Bayvark.
Happy 10 Tyrus gave up.
Mahuna, Giga Kick. Then came Military Tycoon, Barracuda, Benedetta, My Gladiola with 5 lengths to pick up, 10 Tyrus tracking her, 350 out. Giga Kick moves up on the outside to claim Bayvark. Mahuna trying to go with Giga. Barracuda's running a race, and here comes the grey My Gladiola. Then 10 Tyrus who's winding up, 150 out. My Gladiola, 10 Tyrus is putting in big strides.
What a horse, man! What a horse that is!
Barracuda, Giga Kick, back behind those Tycoon.
4-7.
At the tail of the... What a win!
What a win!
10 Tyrus for Damien Lane, who gets a treble and claims Group 1 win number 45 over the top of My Gladiola, and it looks like Benedetta will
PC.
Barracuda late to get third. Should be 4, 7, 3 and 2. Storming win to 10 Tyrus from last to first. Going to declare
4, 7, 3 and 2. Let's see. PC. I mean, this is exactly what I ask myself. All right, 4-7-3. See, that 6-year-old mare actually knocked it out with a class. The 5 did not get it. The 3 actually got it. 4-7-3. So what happened? You are what is the problem? The problem is this, that it's a 7-year-old gilding over 1,000 meter, which is all pace. And who is it competing with? A beast, which is like that. It had the highway today, okay? But my question was, will it collapse? The 6 was doing well, but it collapsed. It could not take that pressure. 4 was ridden absolutely right. it did not rush at the last moment. It just nailed everybody else. And rest of them are like 7-year-old, 6-year-old. How will that work? How will they beat a 3-year-old colt with that kind of a muscle strength? I thought the 5 will get in with a low pressure, but no, the class kicked in here and that 6-year-old mare got in. So the low will work. It did not go up. It went down. 4-1-3, I think. 4-7-3-2. 4-7-3, and then it went to this grandpa. Anyway, but Tentyrus had a highway today. Highway. That's a red carpet given to Tentyrus. I was actually shocked to see that it is collapsing, and I thought it was collapsing because of that. I mean, that is bad. But no, it did not collapse. It was actually written very strategically, and we've seen what happened. Three and 7 scratched. 2916. So 9 cannot win. I don't think so. 9 is not happening. That's a challenger. Plus the form line is on the 4th line going negative. It doesn't add up. 4 is very wide. 1400 meters, those are not going to work. So these two horses are neutrals. They have a tendency of losing the traction. They have a tendency of losing the traction because they're neutrals. Now, I don't think this is happening today. This is not in the right light. It is not in the right space. It is in a very difficult space. It has a jock. Gate number is 5. All that is good, but the numbers don't talk. So that's not happening. Three, 8, 9, both of them are the same. So this is there. Eight. Nine, 8. Then yeah. 7 because of the class. Here what happened? 4 went through, then 7. So drops here, do not take that. Drops here, 7. 3 for the class. It's the same thing. So 4 went through, then it went 7. Okay. But this was all pressure. Then it went to the class. 6-year-old. So this is okay. That's the class. Should win. Okay. Should win. It's not too much of a pressure on this horse, but it is still going negative on the second lane, which we will figure out why. As the largest drift, the linear is not in a position to win. That's not happening. This is definitely not happening. So that's the pressure. If that's the pressure, then it will drop. And it will drop where? Here what happened? It dropped. Okay. But dropped where? Here. On 7. Okay. Because of the performance. Because of the form line. And then it went to the class which did not have the form line but was a low pressure. It did not go to the high pressure. So the high pressure is not happening. I don't think that is happening. So it'll drop. I don't think it is dropping here. I think it is dropping here on 8. And then wherever it goes, because all of them are neutrals. 9 is not in a position to win. Bottom line 2 is clean. Bottom line 2 is clean. Bottom line 2 is clean. Let's see. Kingston down is which one? Kingston down can't win. God grant entire game. I did not. Why will you only remember that? Why will you not remember that I also said that Tentaris has a red carpet? That's not fair, PC. You will only remember what I said bad, but you will not remember what I said good. Kingston Town is which one? I don't know which one is a Kingston Town. 60. 291. The romantic encounter express. I need to know which one is Kingston Town. Kingston Town YouTube. Let's play it. Okay, hold on. Let me just see what it is. Kingston Town. Cox plate 8 years ago. PC, it is somebody else's video. They will give me a copyright. Wait, let me figure out somebody who will not. Yeah, that's an expression, man. Kingston Town. 30 years. Yeah, it is 30 years ago, but there are videos which are like 8 years ago. You're right. 30 years ago. They'll give me a copyright, PC. They'll give me a copyright. Last time I played a video, they gave me a copyright. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. I mean, the moment I'll put on somebody else's video, they will give me a copyright. I mean, do you want this channel to go vanish? If you want that, I will put on that video. But then no more racing. They will. They did last time, PC. They did last time. And that's very normal. I mean, yes, but I don't have the original video. Where will I get that original video? Hold on, let me just check once again. (1982) Cox plate.
पापा वो ना इस वीक से क्रिकेट कोचिंग चालू होने वाली।
Okay, hold on. I'm looking at it. Please wait.
Champion, Kingston Town.
I work better under pressure. If you keep telling yourself this, but still end up rushing and stressed, then listen closely. The truth is,
Champion, Kingston Town, Hope was at the home team, and that also with the opinion of his trainer, Tommy Smith. Racing. Caught them pretty well. English wonder dropped out. Lawman and Jets made collided after the start. Both began okay, and Mayax was the early leader in the centre. From LA Bajou and Fearless Pride, Thompson's going up to hit them off and get to the rails. McGarry's fourth, Jets made trap wide with no fear keeping it out. Kingston Town's about 7. Then came Grosvenor. Lawman pushed right off the track by rear form. 2 lengths to Isle of Man and then Gurner's Lane, English Wonder, Silver Bounty. At the 1600, Fearless Pride in front of the rails, racing fiercely. Thompson eases, lets Deb Mate go to the lead. One away third, my Ackman from LA Bajou, no fear, a length to McGarry. Half a length away, Kingston Town from Grosvenor. 3 deep is Lawman, and then rear 4, Gurners Lane, Isle of Man, English Wonder, Silver Bounty. 1,300 out of the next corner, Deb's made a length and a half, Fearless Pride, and the pace is slow. 2 lengths, LA Peugeot and a half, my excellent Wonder Lawman, still 3 deep from No Fear. 3 parts to Kingston Town, and then 1 away, Grosvenor, rear 4, and Magari on the rails. A length and a half, Gurners Lane, Isle of Man, 2 English Wonder, 1 Silver Bounty. 1,000 out, Deb's made in front, 3 parts, Fearless Pride, a length and a half, my X-Men outside, LA Peugeot. 1 length then to Lawman, Higgins can't get him on the track. He was followed then by Kingston Town and No Fear the Rails, a length and a half, Grosvenor and rear 4. They're followed by Magari, Hard Ridden, and then a length, Gurners Lane, Isle of Man, English Wonder, Silver Bounty. 600 out and Fearless Pride went up the Deb's mate and took a narrow lead. My Axman immediately made his run on the outside from LA Peugeot and Lawman. Grosvenor trying to find his way through is Grosvenor with Kingston Town, Hard Ridden. Then Gurners Lane around the outside from No Fear and Magari, Isle of Man. On the turn, 500 out, Fearless Pride and my Axman together. A length and a half, Lawman. Kingston Town can't win. Then LA Peugeot and the my Axman took the lead from Fearless Pride. Grosvenor coming down the outside is after them. My Axman in front.
What a race, man! So you wanted me to see that? Ranwick. Where's Ranwick?
50 Doncaster Mile favourite, 280 Queen of the Turf favourite, $6 Coolmore Classic and the Queen Elizabeth. Be interesting to see which path they take.
Yeah, plenty of options. Have a look at her there on screen. She's a beautiful horse, and she looks the part. She is the part. Look, the one that you could spec before the race here in a Queen Elizabeth might be Eliana. I really think that she's going to be the flashing light here, and everyone's going to say afterwards, look out, Queen Elizabeth. I think she's around.
Kingston Town cannot win.
You could probably play there because she's up with.
Yeah, I take my words back on 10 Tyrus. It's good. I was
Currently $6 Queen Elizabeth.
I was scared because I don't have answers.
Glow, they're getting set. We're looking to make it 9 from 9.
I wanted 10 Tyrus to win.
Snakes. Let's get to Darren.
Or, in fact, she's gone in. Cheo Wolf and Steffi Magnetica now the last two. So Steffi Magnetica moves up to the outside draw. She's second favourite at post time. They move them in quickly, and we're ready now for the Apollo Stakes. The gates are back and they're off. Autumn Glows jump really well from the outside. First out was Lindemann from the instructor, and Autumn Glows going to park third. And Aliana moves up on the inside to get a terrific position early. 2 lengths away to Cheo Wolf. Steffi Magnetica in midfield. Then came Wooden Verdi, Soul of Spain, River of Stars, and Antino is the last one. So the instructor leads the way. Lindemann just sits back.
Wings is wings.
And Autumn Blue is fourth, 1 out, 1 back. 3 further back to Cheo Wolf, then Wooden Verdi, Steffi Magnetica. 2 further back to Soul of Spain, River of Stars, and Antino is the last one. So the instructor rolling along under his hand steam, out by 3/4 to Lindemann. Aliana with a tail trail. Autumn Glows next on the outside, and 2 further back to Cheo Wolf. So the instructor has had the lead all on his own.
Yeah, but
Back all the way. Autumn Glows killing 3 wide.
the fact is, he's a race caller.
Instructor leads. Lindemann coming off heels. Autumn Glow gets moving on the outside, and quickly Autumn Glow moved up, gave them the eye, and went on by. Look at her go. Oh, she loses class. Aliana goes to a clear second. Autumn Glow eased down, won the Apollo by 2.5.
That's a power play. That is a power play.
Further back to Soul of Spain, River of Stars, and Antino.
That is a power play.
Across all of the tote speed.
No, I'll tell you the thing. The thing is, I'll tell you the thing. The thing is that, you know, the race scholars, they at that back, you know, I pulled up Secretariat's races. I pulled up you know, the distance that they covered, the time, and I tried to put in my theory and logic into it, building up system like this to see what exactly they faced. that is like going back in time and replicate the scene. So I've done that for Secretariat, I've done that for Wings, a few races. But here's the thing, back in those days, horses were of the thing is that all right, PC, Stretch is Jimmy, all right, your best friend. If you all right, gentlemen, if you don't know, Jimmy and PC are best friends, okay? They've had wonderful times together. Now the thing is, I tried to refer back to I tried to go back on time and take a look at what were those races made of, and what they faced as Secretariat or Wings and all that. But there's no clarity because I do not have the entire data and I do not have the entire scenario with me. But what I could figure out, the horses at that point of time and the horses now are two different things. The horses now are a lot more capable, I think, because of the training that they goes through. The trainers have evolved over a period of time and they do a wonderful job. The quality of horses back then was definitely better. The quality of horses are not at par at this point of time, but the training has evolved. So that's the difference. But me saying that the Tentaris has given up is my fear. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, if you look at what Tentaris is, it's a red carpet given to Tentaris. 6 cannot win. The threat was 6. 6 cannot win. The second one is a 7-year-old gelding who cannot win, cannot do this. But the question is whether Tentaris is going to collapse with this. 6 and 2 are not the problem for Tentaris. Even 1 is not the problem for Tentaris. The problem is Tentaris himself. The other horses are not the problem for Tentaris, but the problem is Tentaris himself. If this kicks in and if it collapses, then what happens? That is my fear. My fear was not who else is there. In that way, Tentaris has the red carpet. But my fear is if this kicks in and if it collapses, then what happens? And by the looks of it, I was scared that why is it not running? But Damian Lane was fantastic on Tentaris today. That was good. So now they have somebody else, not just Zahara. I don't think Zahara liked what happened today. I think Zahara hated this. That was a great ride. Yes, that was. But Zahara lost the contract, that I can tell you. Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. If you actually refer to these horses, PC, and if you have the right data to match, you will see these all horses even for that matter, the horses that we have dealt in our time, like Jenny. She's a great horse, PC. You can't deny that. Whether she's at par with Kingston or Town or not, that's not the point. The point is this: she is also a very good horse. I mean, these horses were built to break the physics. Secretariat broke the physics each and every race. Wings did that. Kingston Town, I haven't checked, but I will. And I have seen Jenny breaking the physics. So these horses they're nothing less than each other. They are all good. Very good horses these are. And all that credit, I think it goes to, the trainers. They train these horses. They are like, I was actually listening to the trainer of Wings. That video is there on YouTube. If you have a little time, just watch. The guy is from New Zealand. And when he was talking, he actually, he started, there were tears in his eyes. So these are not horses. These are legends. I mean, you're talking about Michael Jackson and then Elvis Presley. Who is better than who? There's no such metrics. They all broke the physics. They all were legends. Yeah, this guy was the trainer of Wings. The guy, I forgot his name, but he was from New Zealand. He was on tears. The way he was talking about Wings and what happened after she died, how they got her here in Australia. So he was explaining everything. That video is there on YouTube. But those are legendary horses. Yes, Waller. Those are legendary horses. Those are different machines. Those are different machines. I know Chris Waller is an Australian trainer, but is Chris Waller the trainer for Wings? That I don't know, because as far as I remember, this gentleman was from New Zealand. Okay. Yeah, see, if he does that, he does that. If he does that, he does that. But then he's also the top trainer in Australia, so he is passionate about his work. He knows his job.
He did win by 4 and a bit lengths the last time we saw him on a genuine heavy track, and that was the end of last prep. So hopefully today the timing's spot on. He's ready to peak 5th up off a spell.
We take a trackside for the 8th.
And we're down to the last 3. Zoology about to find its spot at the stalls. Noble Conqueror is away from the gates. Just the blindfold being applied to him. He's been racing in good form. He's won 2 out of his last 3, but he's yet to win on rain-affected tracks in his 38 start career. So here's Noble Conqueror about to come up. $4, equal favourites. Nails Murphy just flying at the end of betting. Set at the mile. Ready? In the racing now. That's Molly and Naval Seal are now joined by Noble Conqueror right out the back. Cosmic Vega left well. Cat Deal just flying, showing speed. And Galifianakis is just holding a forward spot on the rail at the moment. 2 lengths away to Demon Dub, 5, and then Zoology Naval Seal. Nails Murphy gets back to third last now, then Noble Conqueror, and that's Molly the last pair. Cosmic Vega took it up, leading by a length to Just Flying in second. Galifianakis in
Adaman, that's you, amen.
fourth. The Naval Seal is just pinch runs right through on the inside to be midfield. Zoology
The 4.
wide the outside of Demon Dub in the middle. Then that's Molly, Nails Murphy, Noble Conqueror's last, about 8 off the leader. This has been inspected odds. Cosmic Vega first up at the mile, but here's a wet tracker, leads by a length to Just Flying in second. Also well tried. Galifianakis in third, Cat Deal fourth. Zoology's on a wide trip, Naval Seal behind those, then Demon Dub. That's Molly third to last. Nails Murphy still second last at the point of the bend, and Noble Conqueror sees them all. Cosmic Vega to the centre of the track, just leads Just Flying. Galifianakis gone through underneath them, then followed Naval Seal out wide a Cat Deal. Nails Murphy has gone right to the outside. At the 200, Galifianakis hit the front. Nails Murphy out after it. Noble Conqueror getting through. Naval Seal, Noble Conqueror and Nails Murphy the two now. Nails Murphy, Noble Conqueror. Who wants it more? Noble Conqueror. Noble Conqueror will win again, beat Nails Murphy. Third, Galifianakis. A bit of a lineup for 4. Demon Dub, Just Flying, and That's Molly are all prominent. Naval Seal, Cat Deal. Further back behind those, Zoology and Cosmic Vega. That move went awry, was last in.
Behind Noble Conqueror, winning at double-figure odds for the Waller team and for Andrew Mallion as it beats Nails Murphy, and Galifianakis winds up third. Noble Conqueror is flying again as the 6-year-old, and it pays $17.40 and $5 there, Joycey.
Yeah, he defied the wet track stats, didn't he? He's had 15 runs on soft and heavy and never won one until today. So that's what they can do sometimes, these horses, as they get older. They get a little bit better on these wet tracks, and they just overdid it up front there, didn't they? All the leaders compounded and the back markers came to the fore. So tempo-related result, and yeah, Nails Murphy finally weighed down with the weight. He looked as though he had a 100 to go.
Noble Conqueror repels Nails Murphy and wins race number 8. There's 2 races to come today from Eagle Farm. 9th event from Flemington. They are out on the track, and the CSA Stakes is for 3-year-old colts and geldings, and it's a Group 3 grade over the 1,400 metres, and features go to your best of the afternoon 60s. He's very talented 3-year-old and was terrific winning first up in Sydney.
Yeah, it was dynamite, wasn't he? Cold ride, market was dead against him, but he blew away the other horses anyway. And not only did he visually look stunning, if that's not a tautology, his time was outstanding. Quickest last 600, 300, a bit of change, 11.10 last 200. Yeah, clear fastest. So then back to his own age here, out to 1,400. Has to be top pick, I would have thought. I'm scared of this up-and-comer. It's going to run like a good horse at Geelong. It wasn't a fast start, but there was certainly some things on the clock. It's the highest rating race on the day. And just quickened like a good one. Ears pricked. How much is left under the bonnet? Not sure. But I'm sure there's a bit. I think a Genuine Danger, the 9. Anything else would surprise me. Express Class ran home well in the Manfred. I wanted to see Custom run a bit better earlier today to be more confident there. And West of Swindon, sort of a good second, third level horse. He's tried well for his return. 2, 9, 8 and 1 now.
One-way traffic on the tab fees, clear market mover tab 60s, 180 this morning into $1.55, and it's been crunched over to the bookies last 15 minutes. 60s, 170, 175 into $1.55, and solidly backed everywhere. There's been some support for West of Swindon, and it's $9 into $7.50. A couple of cramp and jump outs, won the latest as it resumes with the winkers removed today by Kieran Marr.
Yeah, look, he's a handy horse. He's sort of off the top shelf. Certainly at 1,600, they tried him with the Guineas and Co. I think he runs a mile out, but First up here at 1400, he's a live hope. He was really good first up last time in off a wide run in a maiden of some depth, and then competitive with the Vinrock and one of Stokes, of course. So yeah, he's in the mix if 60s has a flat one.
That's a curious sandwich between those two in the marketplace. 440 out to 550, back into $5. There's the great man CSAs. At longer odds, a little nibble for Beyond Question, 41 into $31. And Earthing, number 13, is 61 to 101, back into $81 for the Thrillsers. From a futures viewpoint, 60s is the $5 second favourite for the Australian Guineas behind the 250 favourite Observer. $11 for the Rosehill Guineas, $15 for the Randwick Guineas and the Doncaster. And he's a quality colt.
No, he certainly is. Yeah, I hear they're on off the Australian Guineas, so good test. Observer, of course, you'd think wouldn't be there and deserves to be favourite after what he did first up. But 60s has come back, well, brilliantly, beating the older horses and blew them away first up. Serious back to his own age, and we'll get a good guide on him into that group.
John EW8.
Distance at Rosehill last preparation.
Yeah, that's right. He had the pattern on side there, David. He beat the Caulfield Guineas winner, and there you go. He beat Observer home. So I know Observer didn't have much luck, but facts are facts.
He's a Group 1 winner since, won this last year, beating Adola and Feroce. Riff Rocket, the late great, won of the year before in 2024. Other winners include Alligator Blood, Wandjina, Hucklebuck, Starcraft, Mossman and Counter Mahogany. Stakes is the 9th on Black Caviar Lightning Stakes Day with Matt. Wishing cap as Earthing goes in. Beyond Question, jockey Harry Coffey not quite in the saddle at the moment as we put them away with a blinding turn of foot at Geelong. Tools, and that will leave Bing Eye. Last minute tail down for his charge. C.S. Hayes, of course, won 2 Melbourne Cups amongst many achievements. Hall of Famer. They're set to go. Registered name the Debonair, the CSA Stakes. Race 9, 1400. Starter issuing instructions. Stand well now, all clear and away. Loud Charlie missed the kick 2.5 lengths, and Bing Eye is dragging back from that. Romantic Encounter, the Omen tip of the day, is driving up on the inside to lead, with also pushing up Earthing, and just behind those Azakura. Beyond Question got to about 4th or 5th with 60s around it, and Watumka on the rails. They were followed by Officiate, west of Swindon getting back in the field. Then came along the inside Loud Charlie with Bing Eye and Express Classes last. Earthing took it up as they Counter, 2 lengths Azakura, followed by 60s, getting a pretty good run, the favourite. Watumka 5th on the inside, and then Beyond Question, out 3 wide of Fish. Then came west of Swindon, 2 lengths Express Class. Around the corner, 550 out. Earthing in front of Romantic Encounter. Azakura's out 3 wide on the track, and then came Watumka. 60's always been a little bit wide, but starts to come into it. Followed by Beyond Question, and behind those Officiate. Romantic Encounter grabs the lead momentarily. Watumka up on the inside. Azakura and by 60s. 60s draws a neck in front of Azakura. Romantic Encounter, then Beyond Question. 60s is driving away though for Damien. Rolls on that. Second Beyond Question, a good run third.
That is the third favourite today. It's too good.
Swindon, Bing Eye, followed then by Express Class behind them.
The 8 Moron was back there.
Was Earthing. Back to back to start the campaign for 60s, and as Matt pointed out,
2-9.
He's got the Group 1, and now he's out of the Group 3 CS Hayes to today's 4 and 6.
So what happened? 2 actually went through. 9 was not in a position to win. 9 was not in a position to win. So 2 went through. But the 9 is also a good horse. Obviously, with a 68% leverage, how can it be a bad horse? is this guy with 137. It's not looking good. both of these monkeys, they have no business in life. The moment they are neutrals, they will do funny things. Anyway, we'll move on to the 10th and the last one today. $11 has been scratched. 3147. Okay, so we are with that brilliant recipe that the Victoria has to offer. It's a all mare race. This thing is going to go wrong. 3 is the favorite, which is a 7-year-old mare over a 1400 meter. Maybe, I don't know, but I know this thing is going to go wrong. It has gone wrong every time here in Victoria. New South Wales, maybe not that much, but here in Victoria it has gone wrong. So that 2 is possible, that 6 is possible, that 10 is possible. All those horses are very possible. It's a all mare race, same sex, same age. It doesn't depend on anything. There is no logic to this race. We cannot connect any dots. This thing doesn't follow performance, it doesn't follow distance, it doesn't follow anything. It just follows the physics, and that physics is something that we have no clue about, but it is to deal with the body weight and the relaxation that horse has. It will not go with pressure. Generally it doesn't go with pressure. I mean, there's no, I have not seen a single race in Victoria with all mares which has not gone wrong. It is again like that. If you want to take a chance, that is a chance that you want to take, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and that is the whole purpose of this recipe. This is a very lethal recipe. The moment they put all the mares in one race, the logic goes out of the window. There is no pressure calculation, mathematics, from where it is coming, what age it is. They don't matter. Which class it is. All those things do not matter. What matters is which gate, what pressure. So anything low will go through. These are the races where usually the highest odds get in. I'm out. If you have a little question, you can ask me. I will try and figure out what's going on with that particular horse, but it's not worth anybody's money or time. Hanuman 10, big win last race. Flemington 10. Yeah, that possible, bro. 100% possible. All of those, that's possible. This is possible. The 2 is possible. The 6 is possible. Everything, I mean, there's no logic, Atoman. This thing, I don't know. Okay, you want to take a chance? That's you want to take a chance. I have no clue of this. I cannot relate it to anything. I do not have a breakthrough, and I don't want to pretend that I know. So I'm taking my hands up in the air that I have no clue. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. All right. 10 Flemington. 10 is good, gatekeeper. 10 is good. 10 is not bad. But you know how these things are. They have backfired so many times, I have no clue. And each time they have a different thing. Each time they have a different thing. But it backfired many times. It backfired like nobody's business. Those things don't work. I mean, pressure line. It's very. I've seen that working as well, but that's very rare. It's almost negligible. That's why I'm saying everything is a threat. The 8 is a threat. The 6 is a threat. The 2 is a threat. The 10 is a threat. How will you make up your mind what to do? Major bet, whipping women. It's showing Ballarat. Tumba.
Racing 2, fourth and final group race today at Randwick is a Group 3 for the girls and the Triscay Stakes. And you're tipping Weeping Woman. Ballin, very talented mare who was unbeaten last campaign, returns from a breaky rubber.
Yeah, Mano, she'd just been fair prior to last. Came of age and the short break now, trialling really well. Loved how confident Joe Pride was on the radio about her as well, suggesting that she's flying at home, and this looks a bit of a target race for me off that little freshen. I think she can go again, find another length and be hard enough to beat here, and not surprised to see her event. 4:10 at 3 my numbers. I thought Lilac would run well at the each-way odds. Horse that did show up last prep, but ratings stack up really nicely from the previous campaigns. Been trolling the house down as she normally does. I think if she can get in a free-flowing action on speed, I expect her to be in the finish. 2 Manal just has to carry the weight to 59.5. That's a little concern, but she's class. We know that, and she does have a good record here as well. Gerringong, I've heard sort of mixed reports about how forward this horse is, this prep, whether it needs to run or not. I heard it did, and then someone else sort of flying, so I'm not sure. But she's been trying well enough, and 1200 fresh. Well, she never won at 1200, but Yeah, but I'm in the camp of Four Weeping Woman. I just think unbeaten last time and nice hits this race off a nice little break.
She's been best backed everywhere late with the bookies into 330 off 370. Weeping Woman is $4.20 back to $4 late with the bagman. Support for Jewelleries everywhere. Number 6 for Chad Schofield and the Snowden Yard. $12 into $9.50 with the bookies. Crossover noseband on for the first time. Placed both her trials. Second here in the most recent. She was Group 2 place at Flemington last campaign.
Yeah, and she has been pretty good. She's got a good turn of speed, and we saw Peter Snowden already strike gold with Enrique earlier today. So
The problem is when she's crying, she's lying.
She's very effective with that good turn of speed.
Little specking for Verona Rose, Just Feeling Lucky, and even Dark Glitter is 51 into $31. But Weeping Woman is best backed everywhere. So 7 wins and 5 placings through 16 career starts. It's a lovely race, 5-year-old mare, Dara.
She is, yeah, and she gets up to this type of level now, has to go up 1.5 kilos off the last win, but she took on the boys there, and I thought she was brave, winning that nicely.
Yeah, I think the same wisdom played with the guy who actually named that horse.
This time of year, isn't it? A field of 10 here at Ace, exactly next up.
Yeah, certainly always a bit tricky, isn't it? Find out which horses are more forward than others and which have more intent than others as well. So, yeah, it's always a tricky time of year, but great to have these horses back all the same.
There's an action in the Group 3 Triscay Stakes, says Darren.
Was feeling lucky to move in.
It's a beautiful one.
Was there a scratch from the wide draw? So I guess we'll see her and the Millie Fox next week at Rose Hill. Just feeling lucky. Moves on now to the inside. Just feeling lucky. Beat some nice ones in a recent trial. Here's the last to move in, and there's the light. Just about ready to run. The gates are back, and Weeping Woman again. Fast with Lilac on the outside. Manal away well. Just feeling lucky, pretty wide early. Then Supernor West improving. A gap in the field to Verona Rose from Count Your Blessings. Jewellery's third last. From Dark Glitter and Gerringong is the last one. Just feeling lucky. Rolls the dice on the outside and went forward to sit outside Weeping Woman. Lilac took her sit in third, followed by Manal and Supernor West. Jewellery's pushing through on the inside of Count Your Blessings, then Verona Rose, Dark Glitter.
Yeah, but look at that thing running, Jimmy. That thing is like, I am here.
Count Your Blessings. Weeping Woman comes up the rise, the length in front of Just Feeling Lucky. Manal making ground. 2 further back to Lilac, Supernor Western. Jewellery starting to pick up. 3 off the lead. But
No, you can't touch it. You can't touch it.
From Manal.
You can't touch it. Look at that thing.
Weeping Woman, that's 4 in a row, beating Manal and Verona Rose. Dark Glitter charged home, almost clipped heels near the post. Then came Jewelleries, followed by Just Feeling Lucky, Gerringong. From Lilac, Supernor Western, Count Your Blessings.
Boom, down.
Weeping Woman flying as she returns from a little break and makes it 4 straight and beats Manal and Verona.
Wait, I mean, look at that horse. It is like, I am here. Eagle Farm. Arman. Hey PC, thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that, my friend. I was about to say what happens if PC had a horse. PC won't let any jockey ride it. PC would ride the horse himself. And probably have a lot of pictures of other jockeys who got killed in the process of trying to be PC's jock. You should buy a horse, PC. You should buy a horse. Yeah, I mean, the equation doesn't match. I mean, if PC had a horse, imagine a jockey making a mistake. He's going to be framed the next day. There's going to be a large picture of that jock in PC's trophy room. Yeah, so that's okay, PC. They will not put any more. They will not put any more weight on the horse. The horses generally carry about 120, 130. Yeah, PC might as well kill the horse. Jockeys definitely will get killed. Jockeys are not going to survive. Jockeys will definitely get killed. Kneecapping. I have Eagle Farm. Let's watch Eagle Farm.
And if you can get the last shot of them today, you should be able to hold off the back markers.
Most worried about Tiger Ty shooting for 3 straight for the Muncie Open to start the campaign.
Yeah, well, we got the money out of him last start. He had the 51 kilos. He gets 51 kilos again today. He jumps from a benchmark 90 into an open sprint, and a horse like Vodka Martini does get 1.5 kilos off him. But look, he held on well the other day. Didn't get that pressure in front. Today, Steady Ready, maybe Power of the Brave, put that pressure on. So he's still a massive winning chance, but it might just be a little bit tougher for him today.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Tiger Tie is 290 out to 310. Power of the Brave 460 to 550. Steady Ready 550 out to 6. Wanda Rocks attracts good interest. It's in your mix, and Wanda Rocks, trained by Lindsay Hatch, was a winner here 2 starts back at this track and trip. Did work in the listed gold mark at the Gold Coast last time out. 90 to 7 late with the bagman.
Yeah, she's got great form over the 1,000 at Eagle Farm. 9 starts here for 5 wins and 2 seconds. I've never had her pegged as a genuine wet tracker. You go through her overall form, 11 of her 12 wins have come on good ground. So that was my little query with her. As I said, I put her in for 3rd anyway because she's so reliable. She just loves these fast run 1000s. She'll usually... So she'll be in the right spot to strike. But I just think Vodka Martini... from the softer gate with the right run, so really happy to stick with him at around that $6 mark.
He's always been a talented horse. Of course, he's a listed winner, Danny.
He is. He's been good from pretty much day one. I mean, he's won 8 from 21. He's always contested these sort of lower stakes races, and today we're only in an open handicap, and he's only got 56.5. So I think he's found the right sort of race. You've only got to go back 3 starts. He was 4th behind the Black Cloud, where he did it tough. And then, as we said last start, chased home today's favourite Tiger Tie and gets a positive swing at the weights today.
To read on Manolo Bling, number 6, has just been specced in the trade. 8.50 into $7.50. She's going really well again.
Yeah, she's hard to line up. She had that really good Victorian form, and then she ran 3rd in the gold market behind Liquor, where she sat up on speed, which was the place to be. She doesn't have a lot of wet track form to sort of judge her on. Her best form appears to be on top of the ground, but there's nothing to say she won't get through the soft today. So she was one that I struggled to sort of line up.
And your last moment for Ruffy players is $20 to $15 for people.
Yes. Why possibly?
She got out the back, which is what she does. She tends to settle last in her races, so she needs everything to work out. But she has 1 from 1 on that. She's always got that electric feeling on her if things happen to be.
She's pretty adaptable, Vodka Martini. Where do you hope to see him in the run?
I think he's a gun horse from a good gate because he's got that high critical speed, but he doesn't have to lead. In fact, I'd love him to take a sit here today behind the obvious pace runners, which are Steady Ready, Tiger Tie, Power of the Brave. I think if CJ could sit 4th just with that gun slipstream and find a bit of clear air turning for home, he'll be very, very competitive.
Here's Mitch.
Eagle Farm 1000. Shalaz's moment goes forward. It has been inspected. It's given the track today, that mare, and she's a 4 times winner on rate affected going. Now, Vodka Martini about to come up, and that will leave Manolo Bling, Anthony and Sam Fred looking for a double on this Eagle Farm program to go with their Lightning Stakes win. Now, Steady Ready, Tony and Matty Sears shooting for an Eagle Farm double as well, and Chakra Boy will be the last to the outside gate. 1,000 to fly. Tiger Tie, a bit of a loose favourite late in betting, 370. And Chakra Boy goes up and completes the line. Red lights. Set to go in the racing now. It was a perfect dispatch away. Tiger Tie is going to drive through courtesy the inside and lead for fun, in fact. Manolo Bling, Steady Ready, and Chakra Boy in a line of 3. Vodka Martini next, then 2 you got.
2 lengths away to Power of the Brave, 2.5 Shalaz Moment, and Wonder Rock sees them all. So it's Tiger Tie with superior speed in the 500, leading by a length and a half. Steady Ready second, Manolo Bling third, and Chakra Boy off the track. Vodka Martini's fifth, further back to Power of the Brave, then Shalaz Moment to you got, and Wonder Rocks will have to come from last. Tiger Tie below the 300 metres back, 2 lengths clear from Vodka Martini, Power of the Brave, then Steady Ready, and Wonder Rocks from the back is starting to run home hard. 100 to go, Tiger Tie's in front, all out, Wonder Rocks, Power of the Brave are coming, Wonder Rocks, Power of the Brave, it's Wonder Rocks and Eagle Farm again. Wonder Rocks has come from last to be Power of the Brave and Tiger Tie. Photo fourth, Vodka Martini or Shalaz Moment. Then Manolo Bling, Steady Ready. Further back to you got and Chakra Boy.
Wonder Rocks over the top, and it's 2 beating Ace, beating 7, and 3 will grip on and run fourth, Vodka Martini. Wonder Rocks has now won 13 races from 26, and 6 of them at the track and trip today.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
Yeah, that is a power play. You can make out that's a power play. The 7 was probably a front runner, and they destroyed that horse by making it run on pace.
What a big finish she had on it today.
That's a power run. You look at that race.
And 1 to come at Eagle Farm. Flemington wraps up next.
Winning on the course. Start.
Just got to. Adamant had to. That's a power play, Adamant. That was a brilliant run on that too. Ride or die. This is a very difficult recipe, Araman. It's a very difficult recipe. It's a low pressure, but it's a 7-year-old mare. It's a low pressure, it's 25. It's not that high. With that class, it's okay. But this thing is prone to go wrong. It has gone wrong like so many times. I don't know what to say. But now it is in the right position. Okay, the drift is in the right position. If it was up there, it'll fail. It is here, which is good. The arrangement is also good. It's my voice is a bad.
Flemington rode to Arataki at $3.40, $4.60 for 2 darn discreet.
One day we will all talk about only our ex-wives and girlfriends.
The big program at Flemington. The Tricity Stakes is over the 1,400 metres in Group 3. Coming home here, Gator, we rode to Arataki. Good strong winner first in Caulfield in this grade.
Yeah, I'm glad I tipped against her first up and took a risk there. She led and kept running too. She kept going 2 off a good one into Mass Rose. She trialled well into the prep and she won this last year. A comes up a couple of kilos, sure, not getting any younger, sure, but she's going to give you a great side and catches a couple of key rivals here first. One of those is Philia, who's tried really well. That's just 2 down the screen. She bolted in her latest trial. Their form intertwined through a horse called Ginny's Meadow. And Grid Girl just faded latest, but not badly. This winning form behind her from the Rose run prior to that. They'll go forward, inked offset the draw. And I think he's certainly in the mix. And next best, 3149.
Roger Arataki with a tap fix, 320 this morning, 360 back to 340 very late. 2 down discreet, best back to beat it, 6 into $4.60. Quick read there from this morning, but now tab late with the bookies. Roger Arataki, 320, 370, back into $3.50. 2 down discreet, 5 into $4.60. Philia, 440 under 5, back to $4.80. There's good support for Grid Girl, 9 into $7.50. Money for Paradise City, 9.11 back to 9. And Samangu, number 5 for Ruffy Places, 2021 into $19. So they're specking a few, including you're on top of Road to Arataki. There's a two-time winner second up in the pass.
This can go wrong.
She gets a little profile like that. And, she'll go forward. This is certainly her grade. When they step her up to the elites, she just finds them a little bit too good. And this is her level.
Best back to beat it, 2 down discreet. Talented mare resuming. She's a Group 2 winner already.
Yeah, she was just okay for her last prep, but then shot form quickly, and the recent trial was great. She was ridden but bolted in the heat.
Probably the biggest name winner of this race is Typhoon Tracy in 2009. The Tresity Stakes wraps up Flemington with Matt. Into 2.
You should thank God that you don't have it out of that.
The final one in single figures on Vops. This race at Group 3. Paradise City in, and they're set for the last. Ready to run. Starter glances over the line. Waiting for the signal from behind. They're ready now, and they're racing at the 1400. Real Class is going to drift back to the end with Miss Tarzi, beginning well, Road to Arataki. Straight to the lead with Philia. So the favourites are 1-2. See What I See, a length and a quarter away third from 2 down discreet, and then came Samangu outside of Real Class. Next in the field, Eternal Flame, Paradise City, well back, Miss Tarzi, last Grid Girl. Road to Arataki, 1,000 metres to go by 3/4 of a length to Philia. A length and 3/4, See What I See, covering up 2 down discreet, and then 2 lengths Samangu, who's 4 or 5 off the lead. A length Real Class, Paradise City, 2 lengths Eternal Flame, Miss Tarzi, last Grid Girl. Approaching the turn, 700 metres to go. Road to Arataki, last year's winner in front of the Queenslander Philia. See What I See, a length and a half third, and then came 2 down discreet as they run the home corner. Next in the field is Samangu, and then Real Class, Paradise City, Eternal Flame stoked up from Miss Tarzi, Grid Girl. Road to Arataki, 400 metres to go. Flattens out about a length and 3/4. Philia flat to the boards. 2 down discreet, whacks away. See What I See looks a bit of a threat, and then came Samangu. Road to Arataki, 200 metres to go. 2 lengths, See What I See, Samangu. Paradise City is running on hard. Road to Arataki, 100 metres to go. See What I See, and Paradise City coming hard over the top. Paradise City over
10.
the wins. Then Miss Tarzi, Samangu fighting out 4 from Philia, 2 down the screen. Well back in the field, Grid Girl, Real Class, at last Eternal Flame. Paradise City wins the last. Number 10. 2 on the back for Peter Moody. Coleman ridden by Zach Spain. Paradise City is the winner.
Okay. Right. Now we have a little bit of idea what it does, but it's still risky. It is still risky. It generally doesn't work like that. It doesn't play like that. Never plays like that. It is always a low pressure coming in from somewhere, knocking it out. This was in the right position. The drift was sitting in the right position today. This is good. Anyway, that is it. We had 10 races today here at Flemington, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday, so if you have a little time, please come back and join me, and we will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friends. Thank you so much for being there. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for doing the donations, and thank you so much for being there, my friend. Without you, this journey would have been very difficult. Adaman, that 10 was superb at the last. That was fantastic. Daus, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, bro, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Wednesday. Till then, stay blessed and have a great day. And happy Valentine's Day to everyone.